Welcome to tonight's virtual meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the Yalukit Willem clan of the Boomerang. We pay our respects to their elders, both past and present, and we acknowledge and uphold their traditional relationship to this land. Tonight's meeting is being held via the Webex platform and streamed via Council's webcast page and on Facebook Live. Whilst we have planned for this online meeting, there always remains a risk of technical issues arising that are beyond our control. So if we experience technical difficulties tonight, we'll adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. And if the issue cannot be resolved and the meeting cannot continue, I will then adjourn this meeting till tomorrow evening, and the details will be circulated to the public as early as possible. Meeting processes have been altered via resolution of Council to hear all submissions from members of the public at the start of the meeting. Additionally, voting on all motions will be under division, where the Chair will call upon councillors individually in rotating alphabetical order to state their vote. So with that out of the way, we'll continue with the agenda, and first up we have apologies. And councillors, it looks like we're all here tonight, so there are no apologies. We have item 2, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. And councillors, the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on August the 19th, 2020 have been circulated. Are there any questions relating to these minutes? Can't see any questions. If not, so can I have a motion, please, to confirm these minutes? Councillor Gross to move and Councillor Simic to second. Thank you. I will now put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up is Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. That motion is unanimously carried. Now we'll go to item 3. Item 3 is declarations of conflicts of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest in any matter being discussed at tonight's meeting?
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Simic, yes?
Have a conflict of interest in relation to 9.6 on tonight's agenda, community grants, and we'll declare that conflict of interest when we get to that point.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Do I have any other conflicts?
Just one from me, Madam Mayor, Marcus Pearl, if possible.
Yes.
I, Councillor Marcus Pearl, have a conflict of interest in relation to item 9.5, supplementary report number 1 in relation to community grants program.
Okay, so 9.5. I've actually got you down for 9.6, so just making sure it's 9.5.
I'll just check that, but I've written my notes 9.5, but let's just say I might have one for 9.6 or 9.5, and I'll check it and I'll tell you when we get to that point.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Now, unusual but important, councillors, we have some condolence motions tonight, and pursuant to Council's meetings procedure local law, 2 condolence motions have been added to tonight's agenda. The first one I will read out is for Alex New. Alex was a key member of the Older Persons Consultative Committee and the Fishermans Bend Consultative Committee, and sadly passed away on the 19th of August. Mr. New was a long-standing resident who always held council to account and whose contributions to local and national issues were highly valued. We know that many residents will fondly remember him as a passionate advocate for our community, and he'll be sadly missed. Council would like to express its sincere condolences to the Mr. New's family, and with that, councillors, I seek someone to move the motion that's on the screen there, that Council expresses its deep regret on the passing of Alex New, offers its sincere condolences to his family, and places on record its appreciation for his services to the City of Port Phillip. Okay. Can I ask you again, please? I am not sure who's moved that. Can I ask for a mover and so Councillor Baxter to move and Councillor Bond to second, please. Thank you very much. I'll offer the opportunity to speak if anyone would like to.
Yes.
Councillor Brand.
Yes. I attended virtually his funeral memorial service the other day, and it was a magnificent event, given the limitations of the virtual world that it was carried out in. And there were so many wonderful speakers, and it is just astonishing. I've lived almost next door to Alex for about 30 years, and there was so much that I did not know about him. And what an amazing life he had, and the amazing dimensions to his life. It is just very, very sad to be without him now. And I just want to express that from a neighbour and a fellow St Kildarite and a councillor. And we've known each other for a very long time, and not nearly well enough. And it is a very sad thing. He was an amazing person.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Bond.
Yes, also like to extend my condolences to Linda and Alex's family. Alex wasn't just a great contributor to the city of Port Phillip, but he was also a neighbour of mine also, and occasional lunch companion in the back bar of the Prince of Wales. We had a little lunch group going with about 3 or 4 of us who would go down there and solve all of Port Phillip's problems on a afternoon over a couple of beers and a $10 meal. But yeah, he was just a great bloke, always fascinating person to talk to. Like Councillor Brand, there was just so much about him I didn't know and didn't realise. Such an incredible history, and he made a great contribution to our city and will be sorely missed.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. And Councillor Gross.
Well, look, death is always so shocking. I mean, the thing about Alex was that he was such a vibrant personality, such a big part of many people's lives, and many people's lives for a long time. Alex and I first met because we were netball dads, and his daughter Jess played for the hated Middle Park against our team, which always lost, St Kilda Park. And we would both be freezing through winter in the pit buildings whilst we did that, and that was where we first bonded. And then, I mean, to be frank, during some of the political debates of 2008, we were on opposite sides. And I just wanted to say that the important element in my personal relationship with Alex was that after that period, we both served together on the Older Persons Consultative Committee. And it was such a harmonious reconciliation, and I began to recognise that Alex's architectural expertise was complemented by an extraordinary breadth of human knowledge, and also the knowledge that he had been an Asian Australian when there weren't many Asians in Australia. And we had come off within living memory the White Australia policy. So there were many deep and nuanced conversations with Alex about architecture, but about being an Australian and about being part of the ethnic mix of Australia. So it's trite to say it's a grievous loss for the Older Persons Consultative Committee. It's a grievous loss for our community. And it's a loss of a very nuanced, intelligent and inquiring voice. And yeah, we have been at the opposite side of some acrimonious political escapades, but I'm so happy that we had these 4 years together in service, and we learnt much about each other, and I think it's terrible. I just want to add to Councillor Brand's thing that one thing you share was you're both architects, and the design focus of you two men was always an important voice in my head. And yeah, Alex contributed mightily to those architectural voices that I need to keep me on the straight and narrow. So yeah, terrible loss, great contribution. And I think this is a very appropriate condolence.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Gross. Now I'm going to put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Thank you. I know Alex has touched all of us. The next condolence motion is for Georgie Fife Jamieson. Georgie Fife Jamieson was a key member of the Port Phillip Bicycle Users Group and was a former employee of the City of Port Phillip. Georgie Fife Jamieson was a valued member of the Sustainable Transport team and worked on a number of bike riding behavioural change initiatives. Georgie also worked on the expansion of the car share network across Port Phillip and made an outstanding contribution to transport initiatives in our community. Council would like to express its sincere condolences to Georgie's family and the members of the Port Phillip Bicycle Users Group. Councillors, I seek someone to move the motion that Council will express its deep regret on the passing of Georgie Fife Jamieson, offers its sincere condolences to her family and the members of the Port Phillip Bicycle Users Community Group, and places on record its appreciation for her service to the City of Port Phillip. So Councillor Copsey to move and Councillor Baxter to second. Councillor Copsey, did you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's with deep sadness that we mark the loss of Georgie, who made such a great contribution to our community in such a variety of ways, both through her career, where she's had a indelible impact on the shape of this city and the way that we get around, but also through her voluntary efforts with the Port Phillip Bug. That's where I have had most contact with Georgie in the past, and the contribution she made to that group is fantastic. I think it demonstrates the depth of her passion for not just sustainability and for, obviously for cycling, but the depth of her passion for community and connecting people. So many of the aspects of what the Bug does are not just about riding, it's about people who ride, and it's about the shape of our city and keeping people safe as we move around together, but also forming those connections, having fun. That passion actually radiated through Georgie's real care for the people that she came across through that group, and it was really indicative of an attitude, I think, of really wanting to make a contribution to our community, which is just beautiful. Will be very sorely missed. I know that the Bug has very keenly felt her passing, and I would like to take this this moment this evening to formally acknowledge the great contribution that Georgie made, both in work and in life, and just with her personality to our city, and express my sincere condolences to her family and those who loved her.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Baxter, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll make it brief. Obviously, Georgia was taken too soon, and that's a massive shock. And for all of us. But at these times, it's always important to have a look at what someone leaves behind, as well as the legacy they leave behind. And I think that the bike culture and as Councillor Copsey said, the sort of social culture that is present in this area and in our community, and which is only growing, is a wonderful testament to the legacy of a wonderful person.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Gross, would you like to speak?
Yes. I'm incredibly sad about this. This is terrible. Great person. She left a big footprint on this earth, but particularly obviously in Port Phillip. It's very sad. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll now put that motion under division. Councillor Simic?
4.
Councillor Voss? 4. Councillor Baxter?
4.
Councillor Bond?
4.
Councillor Brand?
4.
Councillor Copsey?
4.
Councillor Crawford? 4. Councillor Gross?
4.
Councillor Pearl?
In favour.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Item 4 on tonight's agenda is the public question time and submissions. So we'll now hear all public questions and comments on report items from the members of the public. All requests to speak were required to be submitted by 4 p.m. this afternoon. At the time of registering to speak, submitters were given the option to join the Webex meeting virtually and ask their questions live during the meeting, or have an officer read their statement on their behalf. Statements submitted by members of the public will be read in summary by an officer. So we'll now go to the list, and we've got quite a lot of people requesting to speak tonight, councillors. So my intention is that we will allow our submitters 3 minutes, but we'll give them a warning at 2 minutes, and 3 minutes they must be finished by. So if I can have some timing on that, please. So first up, I'd like to call Mark Pugliese. Hopefully I got that right. Speaking to item 12.2, St Kilda Marina proposed new lease agreement review of submissions. Welcome, Mark.
Through you, Mayor, Mark has requested that I read a submission on his behalf, and it goes as follows. A submission to lease a hospitality spot for a cafe restaurant, and I'd like it to give a sense of feeling like you're in Venice, Monaco with the Marina. I would ask for a larger property, as with it, I'd like to have a lounge area to be used for my aviation tourism business, which is used to transport customers to the airports for open door helicopter scenic flights and leisure tours, wineries, 12 Apostles, golf trips, etc. This would also be used for my charity organisation, Flights for Kids, to advertise our cause, and a share of the profits from the tourism business and the cafe restaurant will be donated to the charity. For the tourism business, think how Skydive Australia works, but without the vehicles and as such. Point 2 is the idea on the west side of the boat shed to have a helipad to be used for the helicopter scenic flights and available for emergency services, but also to consider for the very near future Uber Air Elevate Terminal for the air taxi services. Those vehicles will be very quiet, so there's no impact with residential properties. For the helicopters, I say west of the new boat shed, as that will block the sound. But with the distance, the open air and road traffic, that will also mask the sound. I know this proposal is very controversial and unlikely to be approved, but can guarantee the open door helicopter scenic flights, which was very popular last summer with no marketing. I will for this summer. And proposal 1 will no doubt bring so many local and visiting tourists to the area and support all associated business at the Marina and St Kilda. It will no doubt provide far more revenue chances during the week when the Marina is the quietest. It will help to increase paying traffic. End of submission.
Okay, thank you, Kirsty, for reading that on behalf of Mark. I'll now call upon Fraser Reid-Smith, speaking to item 7.3, which is a joint letter regarding inadequate vehicle parking from G12 Plus Domain Precinct Residents Group. Welcome, Fraser. Hello, Fraser. I can hear you. Oh. Okay, then we just might skip over Fraser, and if we could see how he's going a bit later on. I will call upon Megs Alston, please, speaking to item 9.1, Friends of Suai Covalima Friendship Agreement. Welcome, Megs.
Thank you, Mayor. The City of Port Phillip Council and our Port Phillip community have enjoyed a very strong and rich relationship with this area of Timor-Leste since the first friendship agreement was signed in 2000. The agreement was renewed in 2010 for another 10 years, and since then the friendship has deepened and the community development in the district of Covalima has begun to flourish after the enormous destruction of life and property in that community followed the independence referendum in August 1999. This has been due in no small part to the support of Friends of Suai Covalima and Council. I just want to make a few points in support of the recommendation. Firstly, Friends of Suai Covalima's new strategic plan 2020 to 2025, which you have before you, and which we are calling a strengthening strategy, is aimed at encouraging sustainability for the Covalima Community Centre in Suai over the next few years. And it contains targets to reduce the percentage of funding provided to the CCC and targets for the Friends of Suai Covalima to increase the amount of donations raised through our fundraising. The strategic plan contains clear measures by which we can gauge our success. The agreement is formally signed by the two administrations, here and in Covalima, but it goes beyond that as it is also an agreement between citizens in Port Phillip and Covalima. It is facilitated by Council, but goes beyond Council in its implementation. The Friendship Agreement is highly valued in Covalima and in Dili, and it helps us to raise funds here for development programs, as we are seen to have the backing of Council. Thirdly, the agreement does not impose any financial or budgetary obligations on Council, but rather it is a framework within which funding and financial support can be provided. We have managed successfully to celebrate our 20th anniversary this year, despite the restrictions. Our 20th anniversary webinar celebration and launch of our 20 years booklet was well attended, as was the online launch last week of Anne Wigglesworth's book about the 20 years of friendship, which was attended by 85 people. Having these virtual events have meant that councillors here and our friends in Suai were able to join together. Lastly, this friendship and the present strength of the community centre are a real legacy program of the council, and we shouldn't jeopardise that legacy by declining to renew the friendship agreement. So on behalf of Friends of Suai Covalima, I want to thank the council for its continued support during this difficult period, and I ask council to agree to sign a new friendship agreement and to endorse the Friends of Suai Covalima draft strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megs. Now, Kirsty, have we got Fraser back yet?
Through you, Mayor, we're still working to have Mr. Reed-Smith back.
Okay, so we'll keep going. And so I'd like to call upon Joanne Hole. She's speaking to item 9.3, In Our Backyard Implementation, Proposed Common Ground Project. Welcome, Joanne.
Henry, you can't hear me. Henry?
We can hear you.
Thank you. On behalf of St Kilda Community Housing, I would like to express our excitement and support for the Wellington Street Common Ground proposal. And we welcome the Council's contribution to this project. We are looking forward to working in partnership with the Council on this project. The project will greatly improve the amenity of the Wellington Street property and will provide on-site and ongoing support to the residents. So we look forward to working with the Council on this project. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Joanne. Now, I believe we have Fraser Reed-Smith back, and Fraser is speaking to item 7.3.
And it just goes on and on and on.
Hello, Fraser.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Fraser, we can hear you. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be called 11.
All right then. Hearing a private conversation there. That's embarrassing. All right, we'll go now to our next speaker, and maybe Kirsty, you can have a chat to Fraser. But I call upon Rhonda Small, speaking to item 9.3, In Our Backyard Implementation Proposed Common Ground Project. Hello, Rhonda.
Hello, Bernadine. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity to speak to this item tonight. Pleased as I am to see the possibility of a common ground development as one response to homelessness and rough sleeping in Port Phillip, I am a little shocked about two things. One, that the extent of funding to be committed to this proposal was not mentioned in the In Our Backyard Community Forum meeting held just last week. And two, that this one project proposal will consume almost all of the $5 million of council commitment of cash for In Our Backyard across the 10 years of the strategy, for a net gain of just 12 units. What this says to me is that a $500,000 a year commitment by council to support social housing development in our community is woefully inadequate and needs to be doubled at least, particularly as we come out of and struggle with the current pandemic crisis. Two other issues concern me. One is that despite the report being about In Our Backyard, it makes no mention of a relevant council resolution passed in March 2019 to make available up to $1.5 million from the City of Port Phillip Community Housing Fund to be provided as grants to any registered housing agency applying in the current round of Victorian Government funding to help fund their application project. Council resolved to do this after noting that this presents the first significant opportunity to increase social housing in the City of Port Phillip and to realise the goals established under In Our Backyard of increasing the number of community housing units in the city. So in the spirit of that motion, one would have expected that Council would honour its commitment and allow and provide the promised funding to the two successful housing providers, Southport Community Housing and Housing First. I would appreciate someone perhaps explaining that. I just can't understand what's gone on there. And if a majority of councillors believed that then that a cash council contribution would enhance and strengthen those projects, why do they not think so now? And second, why is the report almost silent on its own housing? What is the Housing Council's commitment to its own trust and the properties held in the trust? Council established the trust to ensure the preservation of property for social housing in perpetuity. The report says it has not identified any new properties or land to contribute to social housing in the next 5 years, but what of the properties already in the trust which could be refurbished or redeveloped to provide an increase in social housing units? And finally, a final question. Is the detailed assessment of Council's property portfolio available for public scrutiny? And if not, why not? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Rhonda. Some of your questions all of your questions may be taken up by councillors at that particular item in the agenda. Okay. Now, just reading what's happening with Mr. Reed-Smith. He doesn't think he's okay, so we're still trying to contact him. Thank you very much, Kirsty. Next, I'll call upon Leslie Rosenblatt. He's speaking to item 9.3 In Our Backyard Implementation, the Proposed Common Ground Project. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to find what I submitted in writing on my screen, which is now taken up with your faces.
Would you like us to come back to you, Mr. Rosenblatt?
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go to the next person and we'll come back to you next. I'd like to call upon Brenda Forbath, please, and she's also speaking to 9.3 In Our Backyard Implementation, the Proposed Common Ground. Welcome, Brenda.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Brenda Forbath from Elwood, and also speaking on behalf of the Community Alliance of Port Phillip in relation to 9.3. in my submission, I want to clarify the essential detail of this report and to be given assurance that my understanding of it is correct. And I then wish to make a recommendation arising from that information. Now, I can see from the report that Council has confirmed its commitment to $500,000 per annum grant to social housing for the period between 2015 and 2025. Yes, 2025. And I appreciate that confirmation of that commitment. Now, I understand that 500,000 from the social housing reserve that currently exists is for a temporary common ground facility as an interim process or project for housing people in danger of homelessness or suffering from homelessness right now. And another 4 million to the St Kilda St Kilda Community Housing Group for the development of a permanent common ground facility in Wellington Street in Rondon. Small has spoken to that. Those are the facts. Now, what we've got, just for purposes of people listening, is between 2015 and 2020, that's currently, there should be 2.5 million in the reserve fund for social housing. Between 2020 and 2025, there should be a further 2 million in the fund for social housing. Now, and an additional 500,000 remains in the fund. Therefore, all the existing social housing funds accumulated since 2015, plus all of the funds over the next 4 years, have been allocated to the Wellington Street project, the Common Ground project, apart from 500,000 which remains, and to the and 500,000, of course, to the temporary facility, Common Ground facility. Now, both of those are admirable projects, no question about that. Now, but what it means, and as Rhonda Small said, that there'll be little or no funds to be available for any social housing project from council for the next 4 years, and we're also concerned that if you have a look at 4.15 of the report, that it says that there's no suitable council properties available for social housing in the municipality for projects that can be delivered by 2025. It's an unusual statement, and I'm just wondering what it actually means. So there's no cash or properties for social housing in Port Phillip for the next 4 years, and it would be good to know what happens in 2025. Now,
please come to the end, Ms. Forbath.
Thank you. Just one more point. So, in the face of all of that, we say that in line with Council's commitment to the development of social housing in Port Phillip, an additional fund should be established to progress the development of social housing over the next 4 years. And Council's cash contribution has not been increased since 2015. CAP has constantly argued that the annual contribution should be doubled, and this would provide an additional fund of 2 million for projects over the next term of Council. And Council should very seriously think about that. Otherwise, its standing in social housing development is going to be severely dented, as there will be nothing happening in the next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forbath. Now, I'm like to ask Mr. Fraser Reid-Smith, please.
Thank you very much, councillors. This submission seeks the replacement of the loss of 120 car spaces, which will be removed from North Albert Road as part of the new Anzac Station development. This will see vehicle parking bays dramatically reduced in number from 136 currently and more than 150 before the station construction commenced to approximately 30 in total. This represents a 78% reduction. By comparison, apartment numbers in North Albert Road have increased from 743 to 1,077 since 2017, or by 223%. In addition, 6 other properties are likely candidates for future redevelopment as high-rise apartment towers. This would add a further 1,000 plus apartments to this section of Albert Road, consistent with its designation as an area for high-density development. So residents in North Albert Road are faced with the prospect of there being 2,000 plus apartments in the street and just 30 on-site vehicle parking bays. Furthermore, it is likely that another 720 vehicle parking bays will be lost from the sub-precinct with the proposed redevelopment of 2 commercial car parks, one between Bowen Crescent and Bowen Lane and the other in Palmerston Crescent, both within a stone's throw of North Albert Road. Now, what will be the consequences of these changes to North Albert Road? The limited number of vehicle parking bays on the western side of North Albert Road currently leads to traffic conditions which are unsafe for motorists and pedestrians alike, and I refer you to the photographic evidence in the submission. With the completion of the Anzac Station project, the large-scale reduction in vehicle parking bay availability, together with significantly increased pedestrian and vehicle traffic, will further exacerbate the situation and lead to even greater traffic chaos and safety issues. The proposed parking plans would substantially diminish access to convenient on-street parking, which will negatively impact on the capacity of the many service providers to meet the service demands of residents and businesses. This will substantially and negatively impact on the daily lives of residents by making the provision of household services much more difficult to obtain and will be a major negative factor in the quality of their lives. Businesses in the area will be similarly affected. The daily lives of residents will also be much diminished, as visiting by family and friends will be made that much more difficult. For elderly residents in particular, this will be a major negative in the quality of their lives. Council should seek permanent changes to the planning scheme to ensure appropriate measures are taken to increase the amount of visitor, trade and services parking in the vicinity. Furthermore, additional action should be taken by Council to increase the number of visitors parking spaces in permits across the precinct area. This is a very important issue to many residents in the sub-precinct, and Council should give it careful consideration. And may I thank your IT department for enabling me to say these words.
Good on you. Thank you, Fraser. Now we'll go back to Mr. Leslie Rosenblatt. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're speaking to In Our Backyard as well.
Yes. My name's Les Rosenblatt and I reside in Elwood. Without wanting to, look, I want to support the comments made by Rhonda Small and Brenda Forbath. I think they're very valid and I hope they're taken seriously by the Council, but I'm taking a slightly different tack here. I want to congratulate Tony Keenan and Gary Spivak for their deft and hard-won achievement in effectively delivering their expertise to Council for this important step forward in the implementation of the IOB-wise policy objectives. There is still a very long and hard road to travel for the Council to assist the households of this municipality, of which 7,000 or 18% were experiencing housing-related stress in 2016, and where home ownership was unaffordable for people below the 70% mark of the income range at that time, and less than 1% of private rental housing was deemed affordable. And now with the huge COVID-19 pandemic-related slump in incomes and employment, the fact that such an important and creative common ground project is to flourish in Wellington Street, St Kilda, provides hope that even more will be achieved by this council in the future, when both state and federal governments understand the need to step up to the vastly important employment and construction opportunities realisable through much increased public investment in social and affordable housing. With tourism and the arts and hospitality and the gig economy all in tatters presently, the construction of social housing is going to prove crucial to our community. The council should have many more opportunities in 2021 to 24 to leverage off the other levels of government in relation to affordable housing developments. The council's housing review consultants, SGS, who estimated in 2018 that by 2025, even if the in our backyard target of 920 new units was achieved, it would only represent 14% of the required expansion of social housing in the city of Port Phillip, producing a shortfall of 6,540 dwellings. But they had not factored in the effects of the pandemic, and they may have underestimated the potential of this council to build on its legacy of creativity and leadership in this field. So I'm just flagging that I would hope that the council is as deft and creative in the future as it has been with getting this project off the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblatt. Now I'll call upon Doug Whiteby, Melbourne Trailable Yacht Club, speaking to item 12.2, St Kilda Marina, which is the proposed new lease agreement review of submissions. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the Commodore of Melbourne Trailable Yacht Club, and for the past 40 years, St Kilda Marina has been the home of our sailing. Trailable yachts offer an affordable sailing without the expense of regular slipping and anti-fouling. MTYC attracts a diversity of members from all walks of life, unified in their love of sailing. We welcome new members and invite the public to try sailing on Discover Sailing Days. On Thursday nights during daylight saving, we run informal social races from the marina using members' boats, which are stored mast up on their trailers and can be quickly launched in the hard stand area. The social races last around an hour and a half, so racing finishes before sunset. A barbecue is then enjoyed on the deck of the Coast Guard station, to which MTYC annually donates $500 to $1,000 from funds raised at these barbecues. We are particularly concerned and upset with the lack of notification and engagement that Marina's hard stand tenants and regular users have received, as well as the clear disconnect these plans have with the Council's Community Engagement Report and the site vision and objectives. The St Kilda Marina Project Stage 3 Community Engagement Report states many participants expressed concern about the removal of the hard stand storage, particularly regarding trailable yachts, as they cannot easily be stored in dry boat storage. The document goes on to find that the idea of improving the dry boat storage with an increased capacity to meet demand and removing the need for hard stand storage received the lowest levels of support. The report shows that only 46% of respondents supported or strongly supported the removal of the hard stand. The document goes on further to state that 64% of participants felt that diverse storage options would be ideal. MTYC and its members clearly fall within the site vision and objectives for a special place on the foreshore for everyone that welcomes a diversity of sustainable uses anchored to a working marina. The social and cultural objectives to create opportunities, flexible space for activity, active and passive recreation, quiet enjoyment and culture, welcoming people to spend more time and build community connections, is what our club has been doing at the marina for the past 40 years in a highly environmentally friendly manner. The hard stand storage facilitates greater yacht usage, along with the option of yacht ownership for residents of increasingly high density living, and is a historic feature of the St Kilda Marina. In balancing the relationship between public and commercial uses across this site, there has been a severe lack of interaction with the marina's hardstand tenants and regular users that makes the mockery of any argument for balance or relationship. The proposition of a bridge across the marina entrance would totally negate this facility's important function as a safe harbour, not only for trailable yachts, but for any of the larger powerboats that also frequent this marina and the northern end of Port Phillip. The marina upgrade at Royal Melbourne Yacht Squadron just up the road proves that with a bit of vision and forethought, the yachts, colour and movement of a marina can be the attraction to public interaction and interest, not the deterrent these proposed plans imply. I'd like to thank the Council for the opportunity to speak and remain hopeful that an agreeable compromise can be reached, retaining some hardstand facility and trailable yacht amenity in the marina's redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Now I'd like to call upon Alan Caden, speaking to item 12.2, St Kilda Marina Proposed New Lease Agreement, Review of Submissions. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, Rebecca, football officials for the opportunity to speak tonight. My wife and I have been fortunate to try to save Nott for the last 20 years that we still at St Kilda Marina's hardstand area in the sailing season. Well, a lot of pleasure being able to put the watch and get out sailing. However, this will all stop with the current proposed marina change facility as all trailable boats should be evicted. As Doug has said, the Melbourne Trailable Yacht Club will be effectively evicted from the marina as they rely on small trailable yachts attending their events and they've been operating out of the marina.
Alan, it's really hard to hear you and understand actually what you're saying. I don't want to interrupt, but actually really can't get a good gist of your submission. So I think you could either go closer to your microphone or put in a headset, but we might have to come back to you because it's actually too hard to hear.
Could you come back to me? I may be on Bluetooth.
All right, we'll come back to you on the next one. I'd like to call Adrian Cassar, speaking to item 12.2, the St Kilda Marina Proposed New Lease Agreement, Review of Submissions. Welcome, Adrian.
Hello, Councillor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've got a little prepared comment to make. This is to do with the marina redevelopment. So, first of all, viewing the proposed plans and the pictures that were tabled at the public forum a couple of weeks ago, I cannot see the existing pontoon on the left-hand side facing northwards towards the lighthouse. I urge the committee to retain the floating pontoon, as removing it creates additional stress to the many users of the marina and also makes launching and retrieving of non-motorised boats dangerous. So that's my summary statement. I'll just go into a little bit more detail as to what my thoughts are, and I'll keep it within the 3 minutes. I'll try anyway. Launching. So this is all to do with just basically putting in, there's an existing pontoon. The plans show it's removed, and I just think it's woeful that something that's there already actually is taken away. So why is this important? The type of boat that I have and many others have is an unmanned vessel. So in other words, you cannot get into the boat to launch it or to retrieve it. You have to use ropes to pull it off a trailer and then put it back on again later on, which means that you can't walk on water. You need something to stand on. If the pontoon is removed, that leaves only one left, which is on the right-hand side, facing the right-hand side. And that creates a roadblock where people who are both coming in and out of the marina use the one area to launch and retrieve boats. So basically it becomes a gridlock situation. And for boats who don't have an engine and who don't have control, that's just terrible and dangerous and frustrating. So that's the gist of what I would like to say. I could go on in much more detail, but I think that's the main point, that something that's fundamental to unmanned boats, unless it's not an emission, it could simply be an emission from the original drawings, but it's just not there, and I'm quite concerned as a regular user of the marina.
Thanks very much, Adrian. I think a councillor will take that question up either today or at some point for you and on your behalf.
Thank you.
Now, how did we go with Alan? Is he okay? Ooh, hello, Alan. How are you going?
You can hear me okay?
All right, that is better. Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, with my old age, I've got too engaged in Bluetooth. I've just shut Bluetooth. Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, Rebecca, corporate officials, for allowing me to speak tonight. I hope I am coming through clearly.
Keep going.
Okay. My wife and I have been fortunate to have had a trailer sailor for the last 22 years that we store as the Marina's hardstand area during the sailing season. We derive a lot of pleasure being able to launch the Marina and get out sailing. However, this will all stop with the current proposed marine changes to sea, as all trailing boats shall be lifted. As Doug has said, the NTYC will also come down as well from operating years. The council's site vision in this proposal is a special place on the foreshore for everyone that welcome the diversity of sustainable use anchored by working marina. I must say, your plans do not provide a special place for everyone, as you're a victim budget loving and voting people. The diversity and sustainable uses is questionable, given that the only dry storage remaining is corporate back storage of motorboats, makes it very hard to store yachts. What's the more sustainable in my motorboats? Concentrating on motorboats and jet skis. We chose an option of complete removal of over 130 lower cost hardstand areas at the least support in their own survey of the areas. The proposal includes the removal of 2 or 3 existing ramps, which is in conflict with the stated aims to provide additional capacity for public post-mortem activities. The proposal has a mandatory change we understand is to relocate the bay trail, recycling and pedestrian access to the seaward hardstand side of the marina, with the potential for future access over the marina is a very likely outcome from public pressure. Once you have a pathway in Melbourne in the marine, that each will want to go in, but each open marina entrance will require a minimum of 12 metre clearance for yachts to pass underneath, and a 1 in 14 ramp angle to satisfy Australian standards for wheelchairs. You will have a 170 metre long ramp on either side. The visual impact, the size, the complex engineering design of high windows, substantial costs for such a piled bridge will force a reduction in pipe height. Any reduction below 12 metres will permanently exclude yachts using the marina and safety concerns to the southern schools. Any reduction below about 7 metres will also permanently exclude large motorboats, fly bridge, and large fishing charters. The marina will then become a haven for small motorboats and jet skis with no noise pollution.
Please come to the end. That's been 3 minutes. Thank you.
The haste at which this unexpected proposal will get from travel yachts and boats has been finalised during the lockdown has caused many people in the community. We request a rethink to maintain travel yacht conditions in complex. Surely this could be incorporated into the marinas footprint. It's like 2,300 square metres of trailer spots of the 80,000 square metres. Who does not want watching staff and boats having that's even more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you. Now we'll go to Vicky Grimley, please, speaking to item 12.2, St Kilda Marina, proposed new lease agreement review of submissions. Hello, Vicky.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor. Thank you, and thank you to the councillors. I'm a member of the Community Sailing Club, that cruises and races small sailing boats out of the St Kilda Marina. It's a grassroots club, not a fancy or wealthy yacht club. The boats are typically between 18 to 25 feet in length. In my experience, the St Kilda Marina is by far the safest rigging and launching site for small sailing boats in this part of the bay. I have two major concerns about the current plans for the marina. Firstly, the area for rigging and de-rigging the boats is significantly reduced. And secondly, the removal of one of the two floating pontoons, which would make getting sailing boats in and out of the water very difficult and potentially dangerous. On the first point, there needs to be adequate area in the grounds for our club and other boaties to rig the boats, get them into the water, park the car and trailer, and later get the boats out of the water and de-rig them. The rigging and de-rigging process for a sailing boat each takes about an hour. The process can't be sped up because we can't raise the mast until the boats are actually at the marina. The current plans only seem to show space for 4 cars and trailers, which would be grossly inadequate for all the boats, both powered and sailing, which typically get launched at the marina from spring through to autumn, especially October through to April. On the second point, the launching process for sailing boats is tricky because it has to be controlled by the 2 ropes, one at the front, one at the rear, controlled by people on the land. I note that Adrian has already made mention of this. No one is allowed in a sailing boat during the launching or retrieval process. Therefore, we need the pontoons near the ramp so we can manage this process and tie up the boats while the car and trailer is being parked, and to get the motor as well as the steering equipment, which is the keel and the rudder, into the water. Current plans appear to remove one of the 2 floating pontoons, namely the one near Riva, making launching and retrieval process difficult and potentially dangerous. These 2 issues could fairly easily be addressed by tweaking the current plans, namely by increasing the proposed space for rigging and de-rigging the boats and by leaving the existing pontoons. That's it. Thanks very much.
Oh, Madam Mayor, you're still on mute.
Still on mute. Thank you, Vicky. I'd like to call upon Peter Holland, speaking to 12.2 St Kilda Marina, the proposed lease, new lease agreement, review of submissions. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you. I'm supporting the proposed lease. I just want to talk about 2 things, the hard stand and the bridge. So the current marina is a higgledy-piggledy collection of rundown buildings, and it's perceived as largely a private area. It's not very welcoming of the general public. It's completely legitimate for the council to develop the new marina, not just for the boating community, but also for the general public. The St Kilda Land Act includes this in its definition of a marina, and I quote, an area where facilities are provided for the recreation, comfort and convenience of members of the public. And flowing from that, we get council's vision for the marina in the site brief, a special place on the foreshore for everyone, my emphasis. So it's completely proper for the new lease to offer many benefits for the public, and it does so. And one benefit is that it provides bucket loads of public open space. And in particular, the hard stand for the boats behind the dry storage building is replaced by a shared pathway and plantings. And this throws open to the general public the peninsula leading up to the beacon. It enables the general public to enjoy the best views of the bay in the whole of Melbourne. Now, I acknowledge that this is a hardship for the boat owners who have enjoyed a privatised use of that area, but there are other ways that their needs can be satisfied. Secondly, the bridge. Council's expert on urban design, Professor Rob McGorran, has said that a bridge over the Marina mouth would be a wonderful extension of the Bay Trail. However, he's also said that because this confers a broad public benefit, the funding should come from the public purse and not the marina operator. A bridge would be expensive, as it would have to be retractable in some way to provide for boats with tall masts and boats seeking shelter from the storm. Now, in its wisdom, Council failed to provide sufficient commercial incentives for the AMDC to include a bridge in its successful proposal. The bridge was a nice to have, not a have to have. But there's an opportunity to provide a bridge at a later stage. Now, council is going to receive a significant rental from the marina, $750,000 a year, indexed after a reduced rent for the first 4 years. And council is not free to treat this rental income as part of its general revenue. The St Kilda Land Act gives the council its powers to enter into a long-term lease, but it also imposes restrictions on what council can do with that $750,000 each year. So Section 6.2 of the Act basically says that that rental money should be applied to the public parts of the marina. And so I'd suggest that it's completely appropriate for a significant proportion of that rental income to be pledged for the future construction of the bridge that council thinks is a good idea. I suggest that council should hypothecate $100,000 for the first 4 years and at least $250,000 each subsequent year towards building a fantastic bridge in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I'd now call upon Ron Parker, also speaking to 12.2 St Kilda Marina proposed lease review of submissions. Welcome, Ron.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the St Kilda Marina project. Following council's Q&A session on the 30th of July regarding the project, I searched surveys that had been submitted in response to the council's interest in redevelopment of the marina. I had expressed interest in being kept informed about the project, and regrettably this had not occurred since that initial consultation. Having not received any further updates, myself and other survey respondents were also concerned, and that suggests that the consultation process perhaps has been flawed, and therefore perhaps this final plan has some flaws in it as well. Having stored a boat at St Kilda Marina for more than 15 years, because of the lack of opportunity to park a trailable yacht in East St Kilda, I find this lack of consultation extremely disappointing. I've discussed my concern with others about why were the marina occupants not proactively pursued? Why did the council not pursue the current lessee to obtain the details of the many owners of boats that occupy that space? Even today, there are people out there that do not have any idea of the current plan on the drawing board. I wonder if there aren't perhaps other motives driving this project, and indeed the need to extend the Bay Trail through the current boat storage space and consider the bridge over the marina entrance. I would have thought there was an opportunity with creative design to accommodate both uses. It is a special place. I can see the attraction of putting the Bay Trail, or at least some access to the Lighthouse Peninsula, but it shouldn't be at the detriment of the current and historic usage of that piece of land. And remind people that that piece of land was actually created for a marina function. A couple of important points I want council to consider in making a decision about this. The lack of genuine engagement with those boat owners has alienated that community of people that historically have used the space. The current occupants in that marina should not just be considered stakeholders. They are in fact project partners. They contribute significantly to the income that's derived from that facility. They've invested significantly over many years and are in fact the working life of the marina. Just pointing out that in council's community engagement report, it noted that many participants commented and expressed great concern about the removal of the hard stand storage, particularly regarding trailable yachts, as they cannot be easily stored in dry boat storage. This was a common response made by trailable yacht owners.
Please come to the end, Mr. Parker.
The site vision, a special place on the foreshore for everyone that welcomes a diversity of sustainable uses anchored by a working marina. A working marina should include space for mast-up storage. Trailable yachts cannot be stored in dry stack storage. Finally, given the great significance of St Kilda Marina in the city of Port Phillip, I believe Council has a responsibility to ensure the marina has a long-term, future, sustainable function and serves the whole community well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. And I'll call upon Michael Greaves, also speaking to 12.2 St Kilda Marina proposed new lease agreement. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity. Again, yes, regarding the proposed St Kilda Marina development and recognising that we're hurtling towards a global climate catastrophe, I'd like to ask the councillors, what hope do our children, our grandchildren have when council that many of you have been elected on your Greens credentials are proposing to remove the only facility to store non-polluting people that sail around fishing, people, we don't leave anything behind, we don't take anything with us, we don't pollute, we don't make noise, you know, and yet we are a community. So you know, I would have thought that these factors would have been high on a council's agenda, and yet the council are electing to remove that facility, remove that component of your community out of St Kilda. Now I know that people would say, oh yes, you could possibly store your boat put your mast up, and for some of these boats, to get a mast up takes more than 3 hours, and then to get it back down is another 3 hours, and by that time it's impossible. So I think the nearest functionable place to store a boat is in Mornington. That is available. There's no hard stand available this side of Mornington other than St Kilda. So my question is regarding the environmental impact that you will be making to the community, and how can you do this? That's all I've really got to say.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor may take that up at the item point. Now, we have received another further 8 submissions to be read out on behalf of members of the public, and I'll call upon the name of each of the member of the public and refer to the Coordinator of Governance to read a summary of the submission. A copy of all statements will be published in full on Council's website tomorrow. First up is Adrian Jackson of Middle Park.
Through you, Mayor, the first question reads, events and galleries that can't operate should be defunded, as should grants to organisations that can't meet or carry out their mission. Is Council considering this?
Thank you. So I think that might be Mr. Tony Keenan. Would you mind addressing that item? No, we don't have Tony. Or he might be on mute. I'm not sure.
My apologies. Through you, Mayor.
That's okay, Tony.
I was technologically challenged. Through you, Mayor, the Council has written to all agencies that it provides funding to and asking them to outline what alternative service provisions they would be providing, and in most cases funded agencies have set up alternative provisions, and those that aren't, we're negotiating for return of funds.
Thank you. Again, Kirsty, we've got Adrian Jackson.
Through you, Mayor. Can Council ban all smoking in shopping strips and outside standalone shops forever?
That might be Miss Rosick. Lily Rosick.
Through you, Mayor, I'll ask the Manager of Safety and Amenity, Donna D'Alessandro, to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. This was in accordance with an issue that Mr. Jackson had an issue with someone smoking in Clarendon Street, and DHHS guidelines allows someone to smoke or use an e-smoke with their mask off at that time. And police actually are authorised officers for wearing of mask and appropriate authority. Our council's environmental health officers are authorised to enforce the provision of the Victorian Tobacco Act, and the Act currently has no offences or laws preventing smoking while utilising public seating or walking on footpaths in shopping neighbourhoods. It's an offence to smoke in restaurants and inside buildings or around children's playgrounds. And these locations are monitored regularly by council's authorised officers in accordance with the requirements of the fully funded agreement with the Department of Health and Human Services. In regards to public spaces though, it's not regulated. However, if council wishes to regulate smoking in public spaces, they may wish to consider this at our next local law review. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. And do we have another one from Adrian Jackson, Kirsty?
Through you, Mayor, the next question reads, sprayed graffiti has been an unsightly problem in Port Phillip for years, and while council offers ratepayer-funded paint removal products, this does not stop the offenders. What are councillors going to do to address this issue?
Thank you. Mr. Carroll, Chris Carroll? Mr. Lachlan Johnson?
Through you, Mayor, I'm happy to answer the question. In 2019, Council endorsed a graffiti management plan for the municipality. This plan outlines extensive measures that Council has in place to deal with graffiti, including, as Mr. Jackson referred to, offering paint removal products. The the Graffiti Prevention Act of 2007 is the state government legislation that sets out the legal authority to seek out and prosecute offenders. This authority is not granted to councils. Council only has the legal authority to undertake graffiti removal. That being said, Council works collaboratively with local police to look at where areas of graffiti are a problem and encourages anyone who has any concerns around graffiti or illegal activity to contact Victoria Police.
Thank you. And another one from Adrian Jackson.
Through you, Mayor, this question reads, is Council considering cancelling Pride March and foreshore athletic events because of the coronavirus? In relation to the funds saved by cancelling the St Kilda Festival, this money should not be held aside for recovery but returned to general revenue and used for residents' expensive council rates. What has Council done about making other savings for things that can't happen, like Linden Gallery and Gasworks Art Park that will remain closed for this financial year?
Thank you. Kylie Bennett, please.
Through you, Mayor. With respect to Pride March, this event is managed by Midsummer, and council officers are in contact with Midsummer and other event organisers and are working with them around COVID-safe events in line with state government requirements and health declarations. The state government has indicated a desire for major events to proceed wherever safety requirements can be met, and the Pride March certainly remains an important event to many members of our community. With respect to the St Kilda Festival, Council, as part of its decision-making for the 2021 budget, agreed to suspend the 2021 St Kilda Festival and quarantine the $1.7 million savings into a reserve for a one-off spend on economic and cultural recovery activities, and the way that those funds will be spent is to be determined by Council at a later date when impacts are better known and restrictions ease. Finally, with respect to Linden and Gasworks, both have continued to operate in some format during the pandemic, particularly via the provision of virtual programming, and in the case of Gasworks, the popular farmers market. I understand that they're both hoping to resume further programming as soon as restrictions lift sufficiently to allow this, and are currently investigating ways of achieving this in a COVID-safe manner.
Thank you. And do we have any further ones, Kirsty, from Mr. Jackson?
Through you, Mayor, yes we do. Further one reads, Council want to spend $75,000 on Fitzroy Street. What will this money be used for?
Thank you. Who should answer this one?
So through you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Council, as part of its decision making for the 2020-21 budget, made a decision to match $75,000 of funding by the Fitzroy Street Trading Association to reactivate Fitzroy Street in the post-COVID-19 recovery period by filling vacant stores on Fitzroy Street. Since the council decision on the 19th of August, officers have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Traders Association to progress this matter and outline roles and funding arrangements through that document. And we've also completed procurement requirements. The next step is to award a contract to a suitably qualified organisation to work with the Traders Association and council, and this action is imminent.
Thank you, Kylie. And one further one from Mr. Jackson.
Second last one, Mayor.
Second last one, okay.
The question reads, push bikes use Richardson Street with no problem. We have excellent 90-degree car parking, which maximises parking availability. What would the bike proposal for this area do to that useful arrangement? And the second part of this question is, why is council installing electric car charging stations in public?
Thank you. Lily Rosick, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can advise that the shimmy bike route that's proposed for that area has no impact that we are aware of to car parking. It will only involve some signage and some line marking. So what it will do is it will facilitate less experienced riders to feel more safe travelling along Richardson Street, Longmore Street, Cowdroy Street, York Street and Lock Street. In regards to the EV charging stations, as you know, Council is committed to prioritising electric vehicles and charging stations to support the uptake of electric vehicles in line with Council's Move, Connect, Live strategy, and also Council's and the Vic Government's commitment to net zero emissions. As the price of EV decreases and battery technology improves and a wider variety of models are available, it is expected that more and more people in our municipality will transition to owning an electric vehicle. And it is expected that the majority of electric vehicle owners will charge their vehicles at home and work. However, there are many properties in Port Phillip that won't have access to off-street car parking on their properties, particularly in Albert Park, Middle Park and some parts of South Melbourne. So officers are exploring different models of installing charging infrastructure, including partnering with a service provider to minimise costs to council.
Thank you, Lily Rosick. And the final one from Adrian Jackson, please, Kirsty.
Through you, Mayor, the question reads, do churches and religious groups pay rates?
Thank you. Chris Carroll, please, if you could address that one.
Through you, Mayor, under the Local Government Act and also under Council's current rating policy, religious organisations using the land for specified purposes do not pay rates, are non-rateable.
Thank you. Now we'll go to 12.2, St Kilda Marina Proposed Lease Agreement Review of Submissions. Peter Tanner.
Through you, Mayor, Peter Tanner submits 3 issues to be read and issue 1 reads Peninsula Shed Massing. During the final community panel voting session, the panel voted on 2 dry boat storage options. They were high and short, 15 metres high received 12 votes, and long and low, 12 metres high received 9 votes. All of the documentation provided to the panel indicated that a high short option would result in shed massing of approximately 120 metres, whilst for the long low option would result in shed massing of 160 metres. No vote was made on the current proposal for a high and long peninsula shed massing of 240 metres that will ensure that the peninsula open space is severely restricted. By having peninsula shed massing at the scale contained within the proposal will ensure that the building footprint will dominate the site to the determinant of the amenity. The second issue raised is public boat launching site. The proposal cites a public boat launching between 2 high activity locations, namely the Civic Heart and the large Riva restaurant. The broader community engagement undertaken by Council noted majority support for the relocation of the boat ramp by moving it closer to the mouth of the Marina. The proposal does not have a location close to the Marina entrance, is not away from high activity areas, does not allow for a long queuing for pre and post launching, and is not close to fueling facility. Issue 3 is commercialism. The proposal provides the council with a base annual rent of $750,000. The financial details provided to the community panel showed that the total current revenue from the St Kilda Marina lease was $170,000 per annum. This substantial increase in council revenue from the Marina lease represents a quadrupling increase that indicates commercial focus. This commercial focus is demonstrated by the retention of the BP service station, despite it being specifically prohibited within the site brief. The site brief also contained a mandatory requirement of up to 3,600 square metres of leasable commercial and retail floor area. That figure was based on current leases where 646 square metres was allocated to the BP service station. However, the figure allocated to the BP service station under the proposal is now reported to be 180 square metres, a sizable difference of 466 square metres. This has resulted in materially exceeding the mandatory 3,600 square metres of commercial space and has contributed to the proposal containing 7 fixed buildings on Marine Parade, whereas the current fixed buildings on Marine Parade are 4 buildings. End of submission.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Kirsty, for reading those out on behalf of the community and the submitters. We've come to the end of public question time and submissions. So we'll move to item 5, which is councillor question time. Councillors, are there any questions that you have tonight? Councillor Pearl.
Very much, Madam Mayor. I've just got 2 quick questions if I could. My question is in relation to the maintenance of gutters of awnings or historical overhang, I don't know what you call them actually, street coverings I guess, awnings I guess is what I call them, but the historical coverings particularly on Clarendon Street and Bay Street attached to the buildings that come over the footpath, they have gutters on them. I'm just wondering who's responsible for cleaning those gutters and ensuring that they're free of litter, etc. There's some trees growing out of some in Bay Street, and albeit council has a greening Port Phillip strategy, we weren't intending to have grass and trees growing out of gutters on our streets. So I'm just wondering whose responsibility is it to clean those gutters and keep the maintenance up, and what can council do to ensure that that takes place?
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, maybe that be the right person for this question?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I'll try and answer Councillor Pearl's question. We might need to take some of it on notice, but generally speaking, if it's an awning that comes out over the footpath, that awning is the property owner's property. It's the property owner's asset. Therefore, the maintenance of that awning, that responsibility would sit with the property owner.
Thanks. As a follow-up, if I could, Madam, as local law enforcement, we could process we could take to ensure that that gutter is maintained?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can certainly have a look at that and come back to Councillor Pearl in the minutes of the meeting and see whether that's something that is possible under Council's local law.
Thanks very much. My second question, if I could, Madam Mayor.
Certainly, Councillor Pearl.
I just want to get an update on a small project, but one that's quite important to the residents around Lawn Street and Queen's Lane, along in the St Kilda Road precinct, around a heritage lamp that's adjacent to the Pullman Hotel. There's a lamp on the side of the road there on the Lawn Street side, just near the corner with Queen's Lane, that's in quite severe disrepair. Council officers have known about this for some years now, and I'm just wondering how the project is going to restore that lamp and when it will be complete.
Wondering, Lily, is that something that you're able to address?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have that information at hand. I'll just check if Mr. John Bartels has that information.
Through you, Mayor, I'm not aware necessarily of the current status of that maintenance of that lamp. I think we're going to take that as a question on notice and provide a response back from the relevant area at the next council meeting.
Thanks very much, Madam. From me.
Any further questions, councillors? Doesn't look like there are any, so we'll keep moving now to item 6, which is the sealing schedule, and we have no items requiring sealing on tonight's agenda. Item 7 is petitions and joint letters, and councillors, we have 2 petitions and 1 joint letter on tonight's agenda. So the first one is 7.1, a petition response to requesting action on lack of drainage causing water pooling and ongoing rising damp on properties on Clyde Street. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers on this item? If not, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover or a seconder on this item? Councillor Copsey to move. Do I have a seconder? I'm happy to second. Oh, no, Councillor Baxter to second. You got in. Oh, well, actually got a few in the end. So we'll take that as Councillor Copsey to move and Councillor Baxter to second. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, because a couple of people have gotten in touch with me about this. It's obviously really difficult to go and check out some of these sites in COVID. So I think, largely this response is about giving ourselves the time to properly look at stuff. There are some preliminary findings that our staff have been able to find, but let's take a really good look and chat to the residents and make sure that we can figure out exactly what we can do.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter, would anyone else like to speak? Then I will now put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
That motion is carried. Thank you. And we'll move to item 7.2, which is the request to stop the removal of a child-sized tree swing on Page Street, Albert Park. Councillors, are there any questions of the officers?
Yes. Well,
Councillor Brand.
all right. My voice carried better than my chat. I'd like to ask officers, just in a general context about people putting swings up in their nature strip and other things like that. It's a spontaneous thing that people do, but there are lots of issues behind it. I'm just wondering if officers could just describe what residents should in fact do if they want to put a swing up in their less spontaneous moments, what they should ask council about when they do this.
Ms. Rosick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, currently under our local law, we do not have a permit process that enables swings to be popped up on trees in nature strips, for example. We do have local laws that talk about protecting our assets and also ensuring that the community is safe on our public land. And so we do have some other considerations that we need to take in terms of the trees, and I'll invite Mr. Johnson to provide further information about that.
Through you, Mayor, obviously it goes without saying that trees are not engineered structures, and therefore attaching anything to trees does carry a certain degree of risk. Council has a pretty extensive program where we undertake inspections of all trees annually. Before, if a request was made to attach something to a tree and that was permissible under the local law, which as Lily Rossick just outlined, there's currently no provision in the local law for the permitting of such a structure attached to a tree. If that was permissible, though, council would need to assure itself that it was safe, and that would probably involve something like an arborist assessment of the tree to ensure that both the tree would not be damaged by anything being affixed to it, and also that, as best can be confirmed, that the tree can carry any load that is put on it.
I'd like to ask a question around this local law. I believe Local Law 49 is the local law interfering with council assets. Are you able to describe this local law, what it's been designed for, and how it's being used in this particular circumstance, please? Maybe Ms. Rossick?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. We do have local laws that do refer, number 49, that does refer to our assets. So people can't use our assets, which is a tree would be considered that, on the nature strip in any way that could damage or cause detriment to that tree, or if any other person could be injured or suffer loss as a result of interference or use. So if a child fell off or the tree collapsed and caused injury. So council does have the opportunity to review its local laws and to permit certain activities under certain circumstances. So council can choose to do that. There is a statutory process involved and consultation with the community. So it would take some time to implement that law, some months, but we could, if council chose, to review that and enable a particular type of activity such as a swing on a tree, council officers could look into that if requested.
So, Lily, I wanted to ask how that could be an option for us. So to consider the local law and change it will take 3, 4 to 6 months to do, in my experience. But, you know, if we wanted to do that in a short period of time, in particular around this COVID period, what would be the options available to council?
I would need to take that on notice at this stage, Madam Mayor, because that's a piece of work that we would need to do to come back to council. So I could provide advice about what particularly the next steps could be. But in terms of what we could, if we could achieve a change or a policy change or some other change to enable it during COVID, I can't provide that information at this stage, but it is something that we're prioritising and looking at.
Thank you. So in your response to this at the next ordinary meeting, that would be one of the options that you would provide to council. Is that correct?
Just to clarify, Madam Mayor, we could come back and give further advice and information about what we have learned, and if there were some mechanisms that you could implement, of course, we would present that. but it isn't likely that we would be able to change a policy and, as you said, a local law within a couple of weeks, unfortunately. But if there was something else we could consider, definitely we would bring that to council. But as I said, given that we have a local law and given the risks, it could take a longer period of time.
I'll ask another question first and then I'll go to the CEO. Lily, I wanted to understand, in the meantime, what is our community expected to do? What will council be enforcing or not enforcing? I'm wondering if you can let them know, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we're required to respond to any complaints that we may get from the community about swings on trees where the community may feel that it's unsafe, and our local laws officers and arborists would make an assessment, and we take an education approach, and we request that if it's unsafe, that the residents remove the swing. That's the approach we're taking. So we understand that people aren't necessarily familiar with our local laws and are obviously just trying to provide an enjoyable opportunity for their children and aren't necessarily aware of the risks.
Thank you. Mr. CEO.
Through Mayor, it's just wanted to support Lily's comments. It's not that we don't understand the importance of kids getting out and having fun in their local neighbourhoods. In fact, some of the public space activations that went through the budget talk about play streets and helping people in these COVID times. We are bound, though, by the laws, and we're trying to manage risk of injury to the public, damage to the asset. We will, of course, try and look at temporary measures that could be put in to try and allow this to happen. If we can find some of those, and we'll bring those ideas back at the next meeting. But as you said, if it does require a local law change or some better risk management processes to allow it to happen, be developed, that may take a little bit longer than 2 weeks. But I just wanted to assure council that we fully understand the need for people to be outside and exercising and playing.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any further questions, councillors? I have one further question I'd like to ask Ms. Rosick. How many complaints have we had about swings on nature strips?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I understand we've had around 25 reports in the last few months, something like that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, councillors. We have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Brand, do you have an alternative motion?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to read that, please?
Yes, I'm not sure whether officers have a copy of it, but it goes that council receives and notes the petition and requests officers to bring a report to council at the earliest opportunity that includes any legal or policy mechanisms that council can implement to allow child swings in nature strip trees.
Okay, thank you. It's not what we've got on the screen. Rebecca, can you... Oh, having a tech issue. Seem to be having a technical issue there, David. So we'll wait till we get it up on the screen if we can, before I ask for a seconder, because I think we need to read that again.
That looks like it.
Okay, that council receives and notes the petition and requests officers to bring a report to council at the earliest opportunity that includes any legal and or policy mechanisms that council can implement to allow child swings in nature strip trees. Is that correct?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gross, were you seconding that earlier? Councillor Copsey to second. Thank you. Councillor Brand, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. Look, we're here to receive the petition and send it off to officers to provide a response to it, and that's still the fundamental purpose of this alternative motion. But I've just worded it in a way that actually puts a much stronger positive spin on it, not just a neutral receive and note, but something which actually shows some intent on behalf of council that we would really, really love to find a solution to this question, and that we are asking the officers to go around to specifically to find any policies, mechanisms, any solutions or ways that they can come up with that will allow us to support or allow swings in trees and that sort of thing. It's obviously a really great little piece of community initiative and spirit. It's the sort of thing that council, we all quite naturally don't want to interfere with it. So we'd like council to really sort of in a way put that on record that we are very positive about it. But of course there are a whole lot of safety and liability issues that need to be solved, because it's either going to be council liable for things or the owners of the house, the property, liable for things, and they need to be sorted out because sort of bad things happen rarely and can spoil good things happening a lot. But we really want to find our way through that. So it's just an instruction to officers to really try to find the most positive and enabling and accommodating and facilitating way that we can look at this, but keeping within all of the requirements for public safety and what have you that we are of course responsible for.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Brand, for putting this. We'll no doubt hear further about this from officers in future. And just wanted to echo that I think everybody has really come to appreciate what our local area has to offer, especially during these hard last few months. What we're trying to balance in responding to this issue is the need to protect some of the things that we also value, as well as having places for kids to play in our streets, which has been a beautiful part of this isolation period. It's been great to see families and kids, back socialising in our neighbourhoods, and that's a great thing that we want to preserve. We also have to look at ways that we make sure that our beautiful street trees, which are another thing that everybody is very appreciative of at this time, stay healthy, and also that there's not any undue risk. Often, as Councillor Brand said, things that are intended to be fun, we want to make sure that they stay fun. So I'll look forward to hearing what officers bring back in terms of ways that we can address this. I think that this issue has quite a bit of similarity to some of what we've come up against around, it's all around activation of nature strips actually, is, plantings on nature strips. We want to support that, but we also want to ensure that any unintended consequences of that, like blocking views or creating trip hazards, things like that, which we may not necessarily think of when we set out to do the good thing on the nature strip, are avoided beforehand so that it's nice and safe and stays fun for everybody. Look forward to finding a way forward on this issue when it comes back to this council or perhaps the next one.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Gross. Councillor Gross, I can't hear you. Can you take off your mute, please, and start again? I can't hear you still.
Sorry. So sorry about that, everyone. This is an incredibly fraught thing because on the one hand, we can feel like the fun fascists who destroy community innovation and cohesion. But on the other hand, there's risk, there's dangers, there's protection of assets. This is a human problem that's plagued humanity for some time. And with enforcement, do we put an Nelsonian blind eye up and try and ignore it? Well, we can't, because 25 people in the past couple of months have complained. So we have to exercise judgment. How do we exercise judgment? Do we use discretion, or do we err on the side of certainty and strict use of the rules? And, you know, there's always been a debate over this, from the deontologists who promote rules versus the consequentialists who ignore them. My thing is that we need to, what I like about this motion that's been moved by Councillor Brand is that it does say, listen, community, we're trying not to interfere. We're going to be serious about safety. We're going to be serious about the health of our trees, but we're trying to allow the maximum extent of fun in the community. And this is so important in this time, as has been already observed, where people only recourse from being locked in their homes is to spill into their streets. So I say to Councillor Brand, thanks very much for moving this resolution. And I say to the community, we're trying hard not to be that person that rains on everyone's parade and is the fun fascist who upset people. If I can just finish with one important example, was not a plaything, but the Elwood sign on Ormond, on Point Ormond, hugely successful, completely loved and adored by the community, but a breach of the bylaw 49. So this is a difficult one for us, and I look forward to trying to resolve it with the community.
Thank you, Councillor Gross. Would anyone else like to speak? I'm not seeing anyone, so I'll also say a few words, and I'll just like to say that over the past few weeks I've certainly seen this issue escalate in social media, but I wanted to thank the community for reaching out and discussing this issue quite openly. It's actually been quite distressing to see, people really upset and thinking that council is trying to shut them down. It's not the first time that the community has been upset about having to be asked to remove structures that have been attached to council assets or community assets, which council has a responsibility for maintaining and ensuring the safety of the community around them. So that's one of council's roles, and it's really important to understand. But there is a very strong desire from the councillors in particular to allow children to play in our streets and in our trees. We want our streets to be places for people, and nothing, I know, makes me happier than activity and laughter. Council's role is to make our assets safe as well. The last thing we want is for someone to be hurt or killed. Many tree branches are not appropriate for swings to hang from. So it's really important that when you put that swing up, that you make sure that it's going to be able to take the load. I've seen swings that may support a small child, but it may not support an older child or even an adult, yet there's no controls about who can actually sit on it. Council has a duty to follow up complaints, and in this case, the swing was requested to be removed. I'm hoping that officers will come back with a solution that protects children, protects the trees from damage, ensures cars can't be damaged or pedestrians hit by children on swings, but also that council doesn't incur a liability that is unfair or unmanageable. But somewhere in all of this, we should achieve a balance that's sensible, a common sense approach for the short-term issues that we have with confinement due to the pandemic, and longer term, we really need to ensure our streets are people-friendly and can be used, loved and be fun. And until we sort this out, there are going to be issues that are going to come up all the time. So it's not just about the swing, it's actually something bigger than that. So I encourage the organisation to look into that. So thank you, Councillor Brand, for putting this motion. Councillor Crawford, you'd like to speak to it as well.
I just wanted to clarify a comment that Councillor Gross made. Council did not remove the sign at Elwood. Just to
That's
be clear,
correct.
that
Yes.
was actually removed by the people who put it up.
Correct.
Thank you.
I believe I said
Crawford.
that.
Councillor
I
Brand,
just
would you
thought it
like
was
to
in breach
close?
of the rules.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gross.
Yes, I'd just like to just note, just on Councillor Gross's characterisation of us as fun fascists, or he wasn't calling us that. He was saying that people have called us that. We are, in a way, this whole issue of swings is in a tiny microcosm of a much bigger issue, but it is purely and simply about fun and joy. And council does have this role of being the fun police, which is, there needs to be fun police because it just needs to be, made sure that it's safe, and that's our role. It's like with restaurants. You know, we councillors all for street dining and restaurants, but there needs to be health inspectors to make sure that the food is safe, and this is very similar. So what normally happens is when we regulate these things, the safety regulation is usually a fairly blunt instrument. It's a one-size-fits-all. It says, look, it's dangerous, don't do it. What we're asking here, I think, is, okay, we need to regulate safety, but let's find a finely tuned instrument. Let's find a way, an enabling instrument or process or protocol that we can put out there that will help will enable swings to be installed on nature strips as long as they're safe, etc., and not just stop them because they might be dangerous, but find a very, very well-tuned, sympathetic, and enabling way to regulate this sort of thing, because really we love it too. It's part of our community, it's part of our neighbourhood, and it's a joy to see. And we want to promote that. We just want to make sure it's safe as well.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Now I'm going to put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey. Councillor Copsey.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Item 7.3 is a joint letter regarding inadequate vehicle parking at G12 Plus Domain Precincts Residents Group. Councillors, do you have any questions in relation to this report? So I have a question, please, to Ms. Lily Rosick. The officer's recommendation requests it to come to the next available council meeting. Is that the next ordinary meeting or at another time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would be the next ordinary meeting of council on the 16th.
On the 16th, thank you. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Of the 30 car parks that Mr. Reid-Smith refers to that are left behind after the Anzac Station redevelopment, I'm not sure if that number is correct or not, but what is the composition of those 30 car parks that are left behind in terms of disabled parking, loading zone, trade parking, and just normal green parking?
Through you, sorry.
Rosick,
yeah, sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor, I couldn't hear you, terribly sorry. I'll ask John Bartels to respond to that question.
Through you, Mayor, it's fair to say at this stage the design for Albert Road and the Anzac Station and the surrounds is still currently under development. There is approximately 40 parking spaces at this stage, we understand, to be returned to Albert Road, of which of those it's likely that 25 approximately will be available for public use, and then the balance, another 15 spaces, are intended to be for a mixture of loading zones, accessible parking spaces, and other special uses such as car share and taxi zones. But as I mentioned, this is still undergoing the design process at this stage with Cross Yarra Partnerships.
And if I could just ask a follow-up, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
Does council have a formal position that we're advocating to for residents in this area in relation to car parking?
Ms Rosick?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are working very closely with the Cross Yarra Partnerships and Rail Projects Victoria to optimise the number of parking bays that are available. In terms of numbers, we don't have numbers. The other thing, because it's still under design and it hasn't been finalised, we are also looking at other opportunities in terms of the planning scheme and in terms of assessing planning applications to optimise the availability of parking on private land as well.
Thank you. I also have a question, Ms Rosick. What might be the option, that would be available to us? I know this is probably what you're going to come up with in 2 weeks' time, but what would be the options to replace the loss of 120 car spots? I mean, we've known this for a long time. This is not a surprise that to have the park redeveloped, the car parks will go. We're hearing now from the community that they want those replaced. What options might there be? What might you be considering?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you're correct. We will look at this more closely and provide a more comprehensive answer, a response to council at the next meeting. However, I can advise that through the Domain Precinct Public Realm Master Plan, we identified that there was a need to review car parking availability in that area, and there will be some traffic assessments being undertaken and some proposals brought back to council in terms of the timed restrictions in that precinct. We are restricted, obviously, by the availability of off-street car parking, and the station is expected to influence movement and to result in more people using public transport in that precinct. So that's the information I could provide at this stage. And through planning as well, we've successfully negotiated or mediated through our consultation meetings with developers to get visitor parking off street as well. So we're quite proud of that record as well. But that's all I can provide at this stage, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Rosick. Any further questions, Councillor Brand?
Yes, I'm not sure whether you've already asked it, but just there's mention of 2 parking stations in the area, which are. I think the mention of it says that they are likely to be redeveloped. Could I just get a clarification about the size of the current commercial parking stations and their likely future in this precinct, or however far away they are from this precinct?
Ms Rosick, are you able to address that?
Through Madam Mayor, I'll refer that particular question to John Bartels, the head of the project.
Through you, Mayor, there are 2 commercially operated multi-storey car parks within the precinct that are proposed or currently undergoing redevelopment, and I believe that is what the signatories to the letter are referring to. As to the size of each of those commercial car parks, I'm not necessarily certain on the exact number of spaces, but we are talking multi-storey, so we're looking in the order of hundreds of spaces at this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? All right, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover? Councillor Pearl to move. Do I have a seconder? I will second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll reserve at the end just in case someone else wants to speak, if that's okay.
Thank you. As a seconder, I'll just say I understand where this joint letter is coming from. This area has been particularly hard hit by increased development. It is an area that was defined as increasing in terms of density, and as a result many applications have gone through and been developed without enough car parking, off-street parking, visitor parking, amenity parking, etc. And at the same time many of these on-street parks have been taken away. Many of the commercial buildings that have had commercial parking in them have actually closed and been redeveloped, not just in this little precinct but all through the St Kilda Road North precinct. So it is quite an area of constant change. It's also a difficult situation because we've got a train going in and increased tram services right there. So we're going to have increased public transport. And so the expectation is that, you know, people will be less reliant on their cars because of the increased public transport and its proximity to amenities in the city. But the reality is a lot of the people that live there have cars, and they often park them on the street, or their visitors park them on the street, and now that is really in short and scarce supply, to the extent that, you know, if someone needs to have their air conditioning serviced, that people can't actually park close by to actually service that air conditioning unit. So these are issues. And then with the park going in, which will be a magnificent park, one that will everyone will welcome, it does take out a whole bunch of more parking. So you know, these residents are quite worried about what's going to happen, and it'll be interesting to see in 2 weeks' time what the organisation comes back with in terms of how to deal with this. So thank you. Councillor Brand, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. I just want to just say a couple of things about visitors parking. Visitors parking is a category of parking. It's one of the smaller categories of parking. It's a small proportion of car use and vehicle use in planning terms, and certainly with the new station and with improved trams and bike lanes and what have you, there are going to be a lot of visitors who are to the area who are enabled by these transport things, and probably visitors parking as a proportion of overall parking, including residents parking, is going to decrease in its proportion still. But there is an element of visitors parking which is inelastic, and that inelastic part of it is part of our everyday lives that we absolutely need. It's the visitors that can't do it on public transport or on bikes. The grannies visiting, the teams of kids being delivered, people carrying things that they can't carry on public transport. All of that sort of life is dependent on the street. Then there's all of the services, the tradies, the deliveries, the medical things. There's so many things that need visitors parking, and visitors parking has been squeezed out of commercial development, and now the commercial visitors parks are apparently being squeezed out of the area too, because they're not the highest and best use of that land in terms of the economics of it. And so really it is up to the planning authority to be able to manage this. It's something which is essential to everyday life, and I just think we've got to take it really quite seriously. It's a small issue, but it is not a minor issue. It's something which is about everyday, the basic requirements of everyday life, which have traditionally the street has always provided for. And in a place like this area, which is now so densely developed, it's coming to the point where, well, it's come to the point that it is becoming an extremely clear focus on that there must be, we need to really make provision for it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what we come up with. It's not something which can be just handball to the next street. It's something which is now, I think, we've really got to figure out what to do about it.
Thank you.
I think we've been trying for a long time and doing quite a good job, but there's still, it is a problem. So let's take it seriously. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
Thanks for the opportunity, Madam Mayor. This is the best joint letter that I think's come to Council in terms of its consideration and form and the data that informs it. As you can see, councillors, in the letter that's written here, it provides sample evidence of just the volume of visitors that these buildings are seeing on a daily basis. And the data is fairly telling. Hundreds of people, in one case, going to a single building from a broad range of people, such as doctors, tradespeople, close family members, etc. And it highlights the need that this area has for council to have a coordinated plan that backs residents, not just working with the state government, but it needs to be informed and backed for what our current and future residents have. It's also very important for our local economy. So a lot of these businesses that are delivering parcels or producing the parcels being delivered, or fixing the air conditioning vents or the toilets, or servicing the cars that sit in the garages in many cases, are local businesses, particularly in Port and South Melbourne. It's an important part of our local economy, and I fair to say on a daily basis it's tens of thousands of dollars to the economy that are circulating through many of the car parks that are currently out on the street and well utilised by tradespeople. So it's important for us to listen to the residents and advocate for the residents, and I was concerned to hear that we don't actually have a formal position to advocate to the state government. Rather, we're working with the state government, which is constructive and useful, but we really need to have clear guidelines about what this council wants in terms of our local economy and our residents when we're negotiating with the state government in terms of design outcomes. This precinct, as Councillor Voss said, holds a lot of lessons for council, and the growth that's happened since 2015 in this area has been enormous. More than all the other precincts and Fishermans being combined in that time have gone into this area. And there's a lot of lessons to be learnt in this small area for Fisherman's Bend more broadly, particularly in relation to car parking. Finally, the train station does provide another and fairly amazing transformative active transport link, and that's fantastic. But the train station also comes with its own degree of maintenance, which I don't think has been factored into the design either. There's shops, there's utilities sitting within the train station that will need daily attention from service vehicles that will have to be parked somewhere. And the designs that have gone out to public consultation at the moment don't, in my mind, provide adequate allowance for basic car parking for services either. So there's a disaster waiting to happen here, and hopefully this well-worded, well-researched and sincerely worded joint letter from the residents along St Kilda Road is the catalyst for this council to develop a roadmap to go to the state government and advocate for a much more sustainable position than what we're fighting for at the moment. So councillors, let's look forward to see what the officers can come up with in the next few weeks and deliver back to us. But I wholeheartedly support the joint letter, and I hope my fellow councillors do also.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. I'll now put the motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Okay, now we'll go to item 8, which is the item 8 to 14, which is the presentation of reports. And councillors, report 9.2, which is listed on tonight's agenda, the Port Phillip Gathering Place Report 2020, has been removed from the agenda by the CEO following a request from the state government to have further discussions on the scope of the project. So just letting you know about that one. So we'll move to item 8.1, which is the CEO report, issue 69. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers on this report? Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. Two quick questions, if I could, Madam Mayor. The first one is in relation to, sorry, I don't have the report in front of me, so I don't know what pages it's on. The reference to Kerford Road safety improvement, bracket Shrine to Boulevard, I think it's referred to. It then talks about the safety improvement works. My concern is that this is not a Vic Roads road safety project in terms of the Shrine to the Sea project. It's an amenity project along a boulevard and a road. It's a small amount of money being allocated comparatively. And my concern is that that council's advocating this as a road project, as indicated in the CEO report, as opposed to a parks greening public amenity project, which is why it's in the hands of DWELP instead of Vic Road. I just want to get clarity on the reference to the project in the CEO report, which identifies it as a road project as opposed to a DWELP project, which is more focused on social amenity.
Thank you. Ms. Rosick.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. It is a road project in the sense that it does align with Direction 2 of the council plan and addresses the safety issues that were identified on Kerford Road, and that it is an action for council to address the safety issues on that stretch of road, given the number of crashes that have occurred. And I will refer to John Bartels to provide further details.
Clarify the question, perhaps. I'm not suggesting that the Kerford Road safety improvement is not a road project. I'm suggesting it seems to be being merged with the Shrine to the Sea project, which is not a road project.
I think so. Maybe the question also is why is it now under Shrine to the Sea when this came in as a petition for something entirely different?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a Shrine to Sea. The project has transitioned to Shrine to Sea because that does capture the Kerford Road stretch that was considered a black spot and was a road safety issue. At the time, council were aware that the state government had allocated $13 million towards the Shrine to Sea project and had decided that you wouldn't implement any traffic treatments, given that could be potentially undertaken by the state government as part of that project. And one of the chief considerations of that project is to improve the safety along that boulevard from the Shrine to the Bay. So Councillor Pearl is correct. It is a DWELP project, but it does address the safety issues that have been identified by council along Kerford Road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gross, do you have a question?
I do, Madam Mayor. It's on. I just want to congratulate officers on their fantastic results in obtaining funding for Elwood sporting infrastructure. My interest is in timing. One, you achieved a grant of $340,000 for lighting on Waddy Watson. Well done. When will that be completed? Two, you obtained $500,000 from Sports and Rec Victoria to upgrade Waddy Watson Oval. Again, well done. What's the timing of the work and how does it relate to the current works being done on the adjacent oval? And three, the fitness station in Elwood is due for building. Now, when will it be started and will it be completed before the end of the year? It sort of says September to December. Is there any chance that it could be completed earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Johnson.
Through you, Mayor. In regards to Councillor Gross's first question regarding the lighting for Waddy Watson Oval, at this stage it's intended that a contract will be entered into in November. Subject to that contract being awarded, construction is unlikely to commence until March next year. This is due to some supply chain delays with the delivery of lanterns due to the COVID-19 pandemic. With regards to the second question about the Waddy Watson Oval reconstruction, the design for the reconstruction of the Oval is currently being finalised. It's anticipated that the tender period will commence in the coming weeks. At this stage, construction is likely to commence in November, and this takes advantage of the summer growing season. This is a separate project to that which is currently underway, but Council was able to achieve some savings due to designing both projects at the same time, and there were some economies of scale in doing that. And with regards to the last question about the fitness station on the foreshore in Elwood, we're currently in the procurement phase to award a construction contract for that project. If that goes well, we anticipate construction commencing in October, and the intention is to have the fitness station open to the public before the summer period commences.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. Councillor Pearl, you have another question?
Is in relation to the Anzac Station project again, which is detailed mentioned in the report in terms of the St Kilda Road section. My question is about something that isn't detailed in the report but is adjacent to that area and I think should be part of that project. My question is Council advocating a position for the location of the tram charging booster station that I think should be within Anzac Station but in the Domain Precinct area? Do we have a preferred location which we're advocating for residents at the moment?
Thank you. Ms Rosick, maybe you could address the letter that was sent by me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have provided correspondence to the Minister and also will be providing it to the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Transport, indicating that Council has not endorsed a position for a substation in the Albert Park precinct and has also clearly outlined the principles for any substation that may be built in the future within our municipalities to ensure a good design outcome. But Council, as I said, has not endorsed a substation.
Just to follow up, do we suggest that that station should go into the station itself? It seems asinine that two government departments can't work together to get this done.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it has been outlined to the department that that was our preference, that the substation is located at Anzac Station. My understanding is that that is not possible.
But thank you very much.
Thank you. And a question from me without notice, but it's on the waste area in the CEO's report, and there's been quite a lot that's been achieved there, which is fantastic. It talks about a trial process to deter large-scale residential dumping, for example, over 4 square metres. Just wondering, of illegal dump rubbish, just wondering if you could outline what that trial is, please. Maybe that's Mr. Johnson.
Through you, Mayor, as councillors would be aware, the City of Port Phillip has a particular challenge with dumped rubbish in our municipality, despite residents being able to book quite a lot of hard rubbish collections. One of the approaches that we're taking at the moment as a trial as part of Council's Don't Waste It strategy is to, when dump rubbish is identified, whether it's reported by a member of the public or it's identified by a council staff member, the dump rubbish is taped and temporary signage is erected to alert people to the fact that the dumping of rubbish in laneways and on nature strips is against council's local law. And whilst an investigation is undertaken, this provides an opportunity for any members of the public who may know who was responsible for dumping the rubbish to alert council to the fact and can help council in terms of its prosecution and finding of people who are dumping rubbish in the public realm.
Thank you. And you've mentioned that that's been successful. So I'm just confirming that you've had people come to you and explain where the rubbish has come from. Is that what you mean by successful?
Through you, Mayor, I'll have to take on notice the exact number of people that have responded back, but we have received some positive comments back from the community about the intent of the trial, whether it's actually been successful in helping to identify people who've undertaken it. I'll take that on notice and I can come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, so we have no further questions. Councillors, we have an officer's recommendation to accept this report. Do I have a mover for this or something different? Councillor Copsey to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baxter to second. Thank you. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just briefly to thank the officers for the great work, and the CEO included, detailed in this report. One of my, and Councillor Gross alluded to this before, but one of my favourite things is to look at how we've been able to leverage money from other partners in order to make pretty amazing things happen, and we're continuing on with that. So it's just it's really pleasing to see. Obviously, not everything is perfectly on track, but given the circumstances we're currently in, I think we're tracking pretty well.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Gross, you'd like to speak to the report?
Yes. Look, I just want to highlight a couple of things. First of all, as I alluded to in my question, I broke my own rule about not asking Dorothy Dixer questions. I apologise. But I couldn't stop myself because I was so excited that almost $900,000 worth of funds were obtained to provide infrastructure, sporting infrastructure in Elwood. It's fantastic. And secondly, I just wanted to once again say our waste advocacy plan and our trial of new actions is actually proceeding remarkably and almost surprisingly well. From my information, the contamination rate in Port Melbourne on the glass has been minute, and that's been a real success. And there's both housing, house by house collection, and also of separated glass, but also of neighbourhood, having neighbourhood separated glass. And the start of the green waste in Elwood has also similarly been very successful, very popular. We do have contamination with plastic bag issues there. So, you know, this is sort of like not a revolutionary time for us, but it's a really important time of cultural change in relation to waste. And yeah, it's a great achievement that we should bask in a little bit of a warm glow on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gross. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Councillor Copsey, would you like to close? Then I'll put that motion again under division. First up, Councillor Copsey.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford. Oh. Councillor Crawford.
I think she said for.
There you go. Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss, 4. Councillor Baxter?
4.
Councillor Bond?
4.
Councillor Brand?
4.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. We'll go to 9.1, which is the Friends of Suai Covalima Friendship Agreement, and we heard from Megs earlier. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers?
Madam Mayor, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I've been talking away there.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, so where did you hear me from that? No, 9.1, Friends of Suai Covalima.
We got up to any questions.
Any questions, councillors? I'm not sure what happened then. So we've got no questions. So we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Baxter to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Brand to second. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would. Try not to take too much time, but I wanted to thank Megs Alston for speaking earlier with regard to the extension of the friendship agreement. This is an agreement, a friendship that has been going for 20 years now between the City of Port Phillip and the Covalima district, and it's just paid massive dividends to members of our community here in terms of their interaction with people in East Timor, and of course with the massive and rapid development of all sorts of beneficial things in Covalima relating to education, electrification of villages and lighting, solar programs, reforestation, hygiene, you name it. So obviously our friendship agreement is sits above all of the other work that gets done through the Friends of Suai Covalima group that is based here. But I think it's a really good thing for us to be signing this for another 10 years of friendship. Whatever form that friendship may take may change throughout the years, but I'm sure that it will that it will deepen. And I know that people in Covalima, particularly people who have access to the Covalima Community Centre, massively appreciate the friendship with the City of Port Phillip and absolutely love visiting us and continuing that relationship. So it's really great, and I urge all of my fellow councillors to continue this friendship, of which we should be very proud.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Yes, agree with Councillor Baxter 100%, and thank Megs Alston very, very much for her work and her contribution and her message. Look, it is just a fantastic phenomenon that we have here in the City of Port Phillip. It's not something, this friendship agreement that goes back to 2000, my goodness gracious. I was more involved with it then than I am now, but it's an amazing feat that we've sort of pulled off. It was always meant to be an enduring friendship thing, but it seemed very unlikely to go for more than 5 years, 10 years, and now it's just proved itself as a really a great achievement for both communities. I think to stay the course this long, and I think it testifies to the structure and the spirit that it was set up in initially, which was pitched exactly the right way for it to work as a friendship rather than just a utilitarian relationship or a power relationship or some other sort of thing that it could have turned into. It's really important for the City of Port Phillip. It's not something which we're just dabbling in that could be done through other agencies or other levels or it's not something which we should perhaps be better done by charity or or by individual philanthropy and what have you, they all come into it. But it is something which is, it's a relationship between a municipality and a municipality, and there's no way that that sort of relationship can be done at any level except for local government. And it is a special local government phenomenon that we are exemplifying, I think, and doing a marvellous job of it through people like Megs and all the people who've worked in Friends of Suai for so long. It's just been an amazing bunch of people, a large bunch of people supported by a wide and enthusiastic community, which has been wonderful. So I hope we keep on going with it. I think it's fantastic that we're proposing this, and well, anyway, I'm very supportive of it, very pleased, and quite proud of it. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Are there any other speakers to this motion? If not, Councillor Baxter, do you need to close or?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay, then I will put that motion to the vote under division. First up, Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
Against.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
That motion is carried. Thank you. 9.2, I mentioned, has been removed from the agenda for tonight. We'll go to 9.3, which is in our backyard implementation, the proposed Common Ground project. Councillors, we heard from another number of submitters earlier. Do you have any questions of the officers? Okay, we've got a couple of questions here. Councillor Gross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tony, we've got, I'm trying not to ask a Dorothy Dixer on this, but one of the speakers said, oh, look, you're spending $4 million on the Common Ground thing and you're only getting 12 units, additional units. Is that a fair characterisation of that proposal, or is there another way you can characterise it in terms of bang for buck, what we get for our money?
Tony Keenan.
Through you, Mayor. So I guess in summary, just objectively, what the proposal is, it's those additional, but it's also the refurbishment, much needed refurbishment of the current properties as well. But I think importantly, the other condition that Council are attaching it is significant operational funding. So Council's conditions for signing the MOU in the proposal is not only the additional capital funds from the state government, but also 10 years of operating funds, which is substantial. And that is the really big benefit, which will allow a successful Common Ground. It's based on Housing First principles, which have been established internationally in a range of different studies, including even at a randomised control standard. That these approaches are effective in ensuring people have been rough sleeping long term, establish and maintain successful housing and improved health outcomes and improved social connections.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brand.
I was wanting to ask a similar question. Half of it's been answered already, but I too am troubled, I suppose, by the proportionality of things, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Keenan again on the money, on the sort of the money side of it. When we go into other social housing projects in which we, for instance, donate land, there's a large monetary amount in that. We're donating cash. We're also gaining stuff of monetary value. I just wonder if you can, I suppose, just in the proportion of investment that's going into this, if you could just sort of compare it with what sort of opportunity it is for us compared to other similar size but differently organised projects.
Thanks, Councillor Mond. Through you, Mayor.
Brand this time.
Councillor Brand, one of the Bs. So Council was aiming to achieve a 1-to-4 ratio, that is leveraging $4 for every $1 that they invested. This proposal was presented to Council at a time when there were no other options available in terms of government programs. And whilst on the capital it doesn't achieve that leverage, over the life of the project with the contribution of the operating funds, it achieves an even greater leverage. And it is addressing an issue that's peculiar to the city of Port Phillip, which is rough sleeping. Most local governments now have substantial issues or problems with homelessness, unfortunately, but a much smaller number have substantial issues with rough sleeping. The census before last, the city of Port Phillip had the highest numbers of rough sleepers in the state of Victoria. The last census, it was, I think, 4th largest, and our by name list means that we now have real-time numbers of how many people rough sleeping. And the current numbers are roughly 109 on that list. So it is addressing an issue that's peculiar or specific to Port Phillip that doesn't necessarily exist in a lot of other local government areas to that extent.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Councillor Crawford.
I wanted to ask 2 questions, if I may. Could we clarify the motion that was put in March that it was specific to or clarify why both Housing First and Southport cannot get access to that money because it was connected to that particular grant round from the state government, and also could you explain why some of the properties or airspace areas have been considered not to be suitable for development or at this point in time, please?
Thank you, Mr. Keenan.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, in relation to Councillor Crawford's first question, in the 6th of March in 2019, the Council moved a resolution that was quite specific. It was in relation to representations that some of the proposals that were being put forward in the first round of funding under the Social Housing Growth Fund were not competitive because of higher costs of the building in the inner city, and in particular in the city of Port Phillip. So Council determined to make up to $1.5 million available as grants with quite specific conditions attached. I guess the first condition was that it had to be for applications in round 1 of the Social Housing Growth Fund, and that was very specific in the resolution. The second was that the applications to that needed to be able to be amended so that they could achieve the outcome that Council was trying to achieve, that is to make those applications more competitive. All registered housing providers that we knew of that were putting in tenders in that round were written to and telephoned, explaining that, and we didn't receive any applications. There's quite clear instructions as to the terms of that grant, and as I said, there were no applications forthcoming. But organisations were written to with advice on how to apply. Some organisations have since contacted council, and we have provided them again with advice as to how to apply for those grants under the very specific terms that were contained in the resolution of 6th of March 2019. And you'll have to refresh my memory for the other question.
It was in reference to that there are many of the areas we perhaps thought might be suitable for social housing to be given over are not really that suitable. Could you kind of clarify that?
Through you, Mayor, our properties team, and I'm not sure if anyone is present from that team, if Anthony Savinkoff or Gary Spivak might be able to add to this, but a range of potential property, a lot of which was airspace over car parks, was identified, and other property that was surplus, not surplus, other property that could be considered. And assessments were made of those. The assessments were varied. For example, there was, without naming a property, one property had a current use for something else in the community, and to make that property available would require ceasing that use. There was also an assessment that the level of return on some of the airspace would not be sufficient because of the costs of building, retaining the car parks and building on those spaces would not provide sufficient return. There has been an initial discussion at the In Our Backyard Housing Forum as to the potential perhaps of divesting some of those airspace to the private market, but that would be subject to a council decision and then reinvesting any funding to purchase more suitable land in the city. But again, that would be subject to a council decision. I'm not sure if Gary Spivak or Anthony Savinkoff are online and able to add anything to that.
Yes, I'm online. Some of the properties, through you, Madam Chair, some of the properties in the longer term will be available for consideration for incorporating community housing as assets get to the, with existing facilities, get to the end of their economic life or need a major upgrade. And in combination with that, there can be a rationalisation of assets on sites and consolidation of some facilities that will enable some community housing projects to be considered on council properties.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simic, a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a series of questions that I'd like to ask, and if you'd like me to stop at any point and go to anyone else, feel free, and you can come back to me if you like at a later point. But I just wanted to ask, first of all, the report does two things. In the first instance, it gives us an update on the progress towards the In Our Backyard strategy, and then also makes a recommendation around the Common Ground project. Can I just ask why those two separate things were brought together in the one proposal tonight?
Thank you, Tony. Peter?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it was important as we were bringing the In Our Backyard board in to note the achievements of the council this term, as we're doing with a couple of other reports tonight. This item on Fishermans Ben, we've also noted the achievements during the term, given there are only 2 minutes left. But there are also some important decisions to be made in terms of allocation of these funds. So we took the opportunity to note the achievements of this council during this term in this report.
Thank you. And in regards to so I asked some questions in regards to the proposal, the Common Ground proposal, and just around the actual process of selecting this project as a project to bring to council. Was there an expression of interest process that was run, and how was St Kilda Housing selected as a preferred partner?
Through you, Mayor, I believe that's outlined in the paper. but this was an approach from St Kilda Community Housing and the state government. The current land is, whilst it's state government, has been managed by St Kilda Community Housing for a number of years, for many years. So it was an approach from government and with St Kilda Housing to council in relation to this property. Given it was only specific to that property, there's no possibility of undertaking an expression of interest process, hence why it's coming in an open forum tonight to council.
Thank you, Tony.
Yes, and just to follow up on that, have there been proposals being assessed against this proposal? I remember right at the start of the council term, for example, Housing first wrote to us with a proposal to develop some of the trust projects. Was that considered against this proposal as part of the overall consideration?
Through you, Mayor. Mr. Smith might respond to that.
Through you, Mayor. Just want to go back in answering this question to answer Councillor Gross's further initial question. There is a real difference between a social housing unit where the only form of support is a supported rental, in other words, a subsidised rental, as opposed to a common ground where the cost of support and getting the housing outcome is the real value. The cost of somebody who's rough sleeping in our streets is huge to the community, whether that's police time, local law time, human services time. So the cost of meeting the need of somebody who's rough sleeping is much higher than just giving them a roof over their head with a subsidised rent. The attractiveness of this proposal, and therefore it's wrong to talk about 12 net units in my view. It's actually 24 units, 28 units with the right kind of support to get a housing outcome for people who've been in and out of housing for a long time. That's expensive. So we're wrong to compare it with another social housing outcome further up the continuum where those people don't need that integrated support. And that's the danger of counting in units. Go back to Councillor Simich's question. We've been advocating with the state government for a common ground facility through the intermetropolitan partnerships, along with the City of Melbourne and City of Yarra, who are part of that partnership together. They've also been advocating for one in their municipality. This opportunity came up and we were approached by the state government. And because because the state government were offering support, which is the significant financial contribution to the proposal, and they owned the land that St Kilda Housing had, we thought that was a good opportunity to partner that way. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Simich.
Yes, thank you. No, that's good. I've got another question. I'm sorry, just going one step back. My question was a bit broader than that, looking at other projects and how other projects were assessed as part of the overall decision. But I'm happy to move on from that and take the answer as is.
I could add to that through you, Mayor.
Sure.
There were no other proposals before us at the time to compare. But ultimately, these matters before council tonight to determine whether or not they wish to support the common ground proposal.
Of course, no, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. I've got a specific question just around the, in our backyard strategy talks about securing housing in perpetuity. Now, the Wellington Street site's owned by the state government. How would the $4 million contribution create housing in perpetuity?
Through you, Mayor, that's also contained in the report, Councillor Simic, but I might refer to Gary Spivak to outline that.
Thank you.
The project will be required to last for about 30 years. And will be basically is as long living as any other social housing project. It will not be a temporary form of housing. It will be long-term affordable housing, but with support arrangements contributed as well.
And through you, Mayor, it's currently already public housing property in the city. Ultimately, it would be up to the state government to divest itself of public housing property, but that's the case with all public housing units. But it is currently public housing land owned by the Director of Housing and managed by a community housing provider.
Okay.
How many more questions have you got, Councillor Simic?
Sorry?
How many more questions have you got?
I think maybe 2, maybe 3. Just about the MOU, and I understand there's confidentiality around the MOU. Can you just talk me through that a little bit more broadly around why the confidentiality at this point, and what point there'll be less confidentiality around the MOU? I'm just interested in understanding the transparency component to this project a bit better.
Through you, Mayor, depending on the nature of the discussion, we may have to move into camera for that, just to answer that.
Okay.
Depending on the level, if the question is why is it confidential, but if we want to discuss the contents of the MOU, I suspect we would need to take advice from Ms. Bennett's. But if it's just as to why it's in confidence, we could answer that. But if we want to discuss the contents, we would need to take advice from governance as to whether or not the meeting would need to move into camera.
I'm happy to go with why.
The reason why it's still subject to negotiation and it's commercial in confidence. In short, yes.
Okay.
And okay, all right. My next question, and this can be my last question for the time being, is just around the assessment of the In Our Backyard progress. I just am interested to know, so there's, I think, 104, 105 units across the Regal Beach House and St Kilda Apartments project. It says that Council supported and facilitated these projects. In what way has Council supported and facilitated these 3 projects?
They would vary, but I'll defer to Gary Spivak to provide further detail on. Can you, sorry, Councillor Simic, could you outline the additional ones?
Yeah, I'm just
specific ones.
I'm just looking at the Regal Beach House and St Kilda Apartments, and how Council's.
So from memory, they're all. Are they all housing first, off the top of your head? So any housing first proposal has been supported through the Port Phillip Housing Trust, which Council's put substantial assets into over the years. I don't think there was any additional fund. There was some officer assistance with planning. Gary, are you able to provide?
Yes, I am. The St Kilda Apartments project had a $4 million cash contribution from the previous 10 years of council contributions to the Port Phillip Housing Trust, which went towards that project. The St Kilda Beach House project, which is a St Kilda community housing project, we have generally been supportive of, but there's been no specific contribution or action that enabled that project. That was initiated by St Kilda Community Housing and delivered by them. And the Regal was a project that was previously developed by council and then is in the process of being redeveloped under the Housing Trust by Housing First. And it is a project that exists because council originally created it and is now being improved by Housing First.
And so through you, Mayor, In Our Backyard has a target of 750 community housing units being delivered in partnership with government and other organisations, and 170 new units by council directly contributing our assets or cash. So some of those would be counted in the targets, the 750, where it's not direct contribution from council in terms of cash or land, other than the previous investment that's been invested into the Port Phillip Housing Trust.
Okay, we might go to some other questions from other councillors. Councillor Simic, Councillor Crawford.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Keenan or Mr. Smith, obviously the money that has been allocated under In Our Backyard will be put towards, if we vote so, towards the Common Ground project. But of course, under a new council, that doesn't preclude if there are other opportunities for council investing in that, whether there is a fund or not, does it? Like if we under In Our Backyard, even if the cash contribution is not directly there, we as a council would still be seeking opportunity, and then decisions could be brought back to a future council, could it not?
Through you, Mayor. In Our Back.
Mr. Smith also wants to have.
Oh yeah, I'll defer.
So
give a break.
Give you a break, Tony. Through you, Mayor. In Our Backyard strategy, I think had 5 million in cash and circa 25 million in air rights, and it's clear from the property assessments that we've done and referred to in this report that opportunity with air rights for various reasons, including size of the opportunity, current use of those properties, neighbouring properties in the property report, we're not going to realise that sort of value. So for the new council, whilst the 5 million in cash has been utilised by this council, I think of the table in the report says the land contribution has not been fully utilised, so the balance of the circa 25 million, we've obviously made a land contribution to Marlborough Street, but there remains, given we're halfway through In Our Backyard, the capacity for the new council to look at how they convert some of that unused land into cash that could be put into other projects, or indeed put more cash in from their budgets as part of their new council plan. So that's an opportunity that lies there for the new council to continue the great history this council's had of backing social and affordable housing in the municipality.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I also have a question. It might be for Anthony Savinkov or Joe McNeil potentially. The piece of land that council owns, the roadway. I'm just wondering how that will be valued going forward. In particular, it's quite important. So is it valued as a percentage of the overall valuation of that block, or is it the value that adds to the property? Just wondering how that's going to be assessed.
I can answer that through you, Madam Chair.
Gary Spearback, yes.
The road is valued at 400,000, which is based on 5,000 per square metre for an area of 80 square metres, which is the area of the road. That was valued by Council's asset section on the basis of comparative valuations of other roads and laneways that have been sold in the area.
Okay, so it's based upon the square metre of what a house would sell for in that area?
No, it was based on a square metre value of similar laneways that have been sold to other people who have wanted those rather than improved properties.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Simic, did you have any further questions that you wanted to ask?
No, not at this stage. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I think we've run out of questions, so I'm just checking, is there anybody else that has any further questions? Otherwise, we have an officer's recommendation, and I'll be asking for a mover, something different. So we have Councillor Bond to move and Councillor Gross to second. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I would very much like to speak to this motion. Rough sleeping is one of the biggest issues in Port Phillip, and especially but not limited to in and around St Kilda. And the rough sleeping population of St Kilda is amongst the highest need and most at-risk people in our community of Port Phillip. But you cannot reduce this measure down to outcomes based on numbers. When you reduce this argument to a numbers game, as some of the speakers earlier tonight did, you are never going to deal with rough sleeping, as they are the most at risk and of the highest need. It is always going to cost more, and you are going to achieve less people housed if you attempt to house rough sleepers versus other people in the community who may be of low income, but not necessarily of the high need that the rough sleepers in our community are. So by reducing this to just a numbers game, we could house 12 homeless people, or we could house 60 low income people. If you base it on numbers, the low income cohort is always going to look like a better outcome than housing 12 homeless people. But that doesn't measure the real impact that a project like this can have on our community. We have an opportunity here to direct our limited resources to the most at risk and most in need members of our community. And this is a good outcome. The alternative is to direct the funding, as we have done previously, to, in my opinion, inefficient proposals like some that have come to this term of council, which do not address in any way rough sleeping here in Port Phillip and consume vast amounts of our limited resources for their inefficient outcomes. I'm very pleased that council is going to be working with St Kilda Community Housing on this project. It's been my experience that St Kilda Community Housing are highly responsive and highly responsible and respectful of the needs of the community and very responsive to the needs of the community. So I'm very glad that they will be part of this project with the City of Port Phillip and the state government. They are a very caring and credible operator, and it is going to be great to see the results they hopefully achieve here. It is going to be a very challenging situation and a very challenging scenario they are going to have to deal with here. And there are going to be lots of conversations to be had between councillors and the community in that particular area, and they're going to be tough conversations for us councillors to have. But I'm prepared to step up and have those conversations with the community and with the neighbourhood in which this facility is going to be established. And I wish St Kilda Community Housing every success in this project. So I very much support this and very much look forward to seeing some great results come from the investment, and it is an investment by Port Phillip, of our housing funds into this project.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Gross, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Look, Councillor Bond said a lot of really good stuff. I wanted to talk a little bit about numbers, but before I wanted to talk about that, I wanted to talk about quality versus quantity. Sometimes quantity of putting up lots of bricks and mortar and housing people, it's great, but it's not necessarily optimal. And with high needs people, I'm just so excited and so cognizant that we've got three of the best operators in the social housing area with Mr. Peter Smith, with Tony, and with Gary. You know, we've got a lot of talent on our officer ranks in housing, and I think this shows a lot of people have been trying to get this integrated solution off the ground, where not only is there bricks and mortar, but there's state funding for health, drug rehab, counselling services that make this housing work. It's easy to make housing that doesn't work, and it's expensive and intellectually difficult to make it that work with high needs people. So this is sort of like a bit of a win-win, because rough sleeping is both a human tragedy for the city of Port Phillip and a commercial amenity problem for the city of Port Phillip. And my hope is that it's so successful, we make a lot of people who are suffering at the moment happier, and it also alleviates some of the problems that come up frequently in this council as a result of rough sleeping and like issues. So that's the quantity versus quality argument. And I don't accept the observation that this is $4 million for 12 units. It's $4 million for a lot of expensive services being provided by the state, improving a whole lot of units that have to be improved, and also on top of all of that, adding 12 units. The second thing I think we need to understand about this report is it's the summary of what we've done in social housing. And the Wellington Street is part of it. Marlborough Street is part of it. But there's also facilitation, which our officers have helped other organisations through pop-ups and planning mechanisms and other mechanisms for getting your units. So when you look at the bottom line, there's just under $10 million. It's been leveraged to about 3 times that amount, but that doesn't include the services being provided by the state. So it's we aim for 1 for 4 leverage. We've got just under 1 for 3, but if you include the services from the state, it's more than that. And to think that we can have a document where at the end of the 4 years, including all of the stuff that we've talked about for 4 years, we've got 278 units net, although admittedly 50 are temporary. It's still a huge achievement, and I think we've really struggled and had low points with this strategy. But gee, it's a pretty impressive report. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Gary. You know, I can now approach the end of this term thinking, well, we've done our damnedest, and we've got a range of diverse housing offerings with services and some without services that I think we should be proud of. Well done, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Gross. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. And I do note that our CEO has also included Katrina Turgeon in that group of people that need acknowledgement for the hard work in this space.
Oh, sorry, Katrina.
No, that's all good, because I guess my comments are in a similar vein to Councillor Gross's. You know, for a long time there, it didn't look like we were going to get much happening in this space, which was very upsetting for all of us who are passionate about this area. And I think the thing that has happened is that although there is a long history, and a long and proud history on which, you know, these achievements now come, things have changed a lot, you know, with Fishermans Band, and there's a whole lot of things that have changed. So being innovative, or how can we say that? with how we approached getting social and affordable housing in our community had to be included when we considered in our backyard. Doing exactly the same thing as we've always done was not going to be an option anymore. We should do those things, but also look for new opportunities. And I do feel like this list, the list that is in the report is exactly that we asked officers to look for different opportunities, that maybe there were, in the world that we live in today, different ways of providing housing. And I think the officers have done an amazing amount of work in this space. So I actually see it as not a competition between any providers, and I don't see it as this is an exclusion for the next council to not put more money into this and look for more opportunity, because I am hopeful in the COVID recovery that there will be many, many more opportunities for council to partner in some way or shape or form with providers, housing providers, but also with other levels of government to find affordable housing and build or create or legislate or whatever it may look like to get good opportunities for our community. So I think thank you very much to all the officers who have been involved in delivering this. Thanks to all of the housing organisations that we have in this fine municipality who do us proud all the time. I think that this should be hats off to the proud history that we have and all the hard work that has gone before, and a sign that we are looking to the new ways as well as more traditional ways of delivering affordable, social, rough sleeping housing for the people in our community. So I see it as a positive. I don't think it should be taken as a negative. I think there is more opportunity for a future council, but I'm really, really glad that at the end of this term, we can say that we have helped in a little way some of the people who need housing the most in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Brand. Councillor Copsey's next.
Thanks. Thank you. I agree with what's been said by most councillors so far. I just wanted to add, it's really exciting to see some momentum, it looks like, in this space after so long of standing at the ready within our backyard. I've said before that, and we've had commentary in the chamber, certainly from interested members of the community, wanting to see these funds put to good use on projects that will support housing for our community and housing solutions. So I am pleased to see that this opportunity has been identified. We have been so keen to partner, and it's great to see, I think, an acknowledgement and response to the extraordinary circumstances we find ourselves in 2020, a bit of momentum on this project, on this area around housing need. Of course, though, when In Our Backyard was drafted, the need was already extreme. And we know that we're barely keeping ground by realising the outcomes that we were aiming for in Our Backyard, barely keeping ground with the existing supply of social housing in Port Phillip, social and affordable and public housing. We will need drastically more to cope with the constraints that residents now find themselves in. Mr. Rosenblatt spoke very persuasively and on point around the extraordinary need that we will face in the next few years as we come out of recovery, but also the extraordinary opportunity that we have. I think what this crisis has highlighted for so many of us is the deep inequality that I think many of us were aware of, and it's sort of through this period of time become quite undeniable, as has the ability of governments and community organisations to work together to play a positive role in addressing that need. I'm so glad that we've had an opportunity to participate in a temporary solution. I think what's really been demonstrated through this is that political will has been in many ways the missing ingredient, and I'm just so glad to actually see some momentum. I'll be very keen to see this project progress. It's a lot of steps before us, as has been highlighted, but it's really excellent to have it coming at the end of what has at times felt like a bit of a grind in this space during this council. It's just really great to actually see some traction, and I echo what Councillor Crawford has said. I think that we do need to be ready and anticipate that there may be more opportunities. Let's hope that this trend of recognising that building homes for people, providing a care-led, supportive response during our recovery from this crisis is going to be so, so important. And local government, as we've said so many times, Port Phillip stands ready to partner in this space. We cannot do it alone. And it's really encouraging to see the recognition and movement from the state on this. And I hope that we'll see some moves to address affordability from the federal government as well, because we are, as these circumstances have shown so starkly, we are really in a bit of a trouble spot in Australia and in Victoria, but I think particularly in Port Phillip when it comes to affordability and access of housing. So I think this is a great step to help to address that. We know that Housing First is a proven model from overseas experience, and we've got some great programs already functioning to provide wraparound support here in the city of Port Phillip. And I'm sure that one of the great things about this project as well that hasn't been mentioned so far tonight is the ability for this project to contribute to a best practice model for Housing First that I really hope. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. I think we just need proof of concept, because international examples have shown over and over that with the right supports around people and a roof over one's head, that can be absolutely life-changing. That's the most important thing to come from this, because everybody deserves a safe and secure place to call home. And I'm very hopeful that this will take us another step towards securing that for everybody in Port Phillip.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Brand.
Thank you very much. Look, there's so many things that have just been said that I can't possibly say better. I can't say as well. So I just want to summarise just one specific angle on it, which I think is the understandable concern that so much of our housing fund has been taken up by this one project, and it certainly troubles me as well, at least on the surface. But I just probably want to just say a couple of things about that. It needs to be taken into account that when you look at this project, it's not just a matter of drawing from the cash in the fund, but it is drawing from the entire package of cash and land, which is like, over those 10 years was going to be $30 million. It's a 10 times the size package than just the cash, and this one draws in a disproportionate way with very little land put into it, although significant, obviously, and a lot of the cash, and ultimately it's just taking a pretty normal size chunk of the assets available to council to do this. So that's one thing. I think the fact that it's also buying services. These units which we will be acquiring and facilitating, making happen. It's a little bit like equating hospital beds with intensive care units. These ones are really expensive units, and so we are buying not maybe a large number for the amount of outlay that we're putting into it, and certainly not on the ratio that we would like to see it in that sort of simple numerical form. But they are very, very expensive units for very good reason, because they do something different. So we're getting a lot of unit value, even though it's not per unit. It's the units themselves are more valuable that we're acquiring in this way. So that's another factor to take into consideration. And I think also the one that just mentioned earlier, that when we started on this journey, on this particular project when it cropped up, it was like a godsend to us because it was looking like we weren't going to get any units happening at all in this term. And so I think it was, it was certainly a welcome thing that turned up. It's obviously a fantastic project. I mean, nobody who's concerned about any of the financing of it and the proportionality and how it affects other people, nobody thinks it's not a great project. And we've got involved with it. We're really happy to be involved with it. It's something which is so needed in so many ways, which so many of the councillors have already spelt out. It is something which you have to take a big gulp when you think of the cash. It's quite confronting, and there are upsides and downsides to it. But it is something which I'm, very proud, if a little not, a little bit sort of almost intimidated by, that we're doing it. And I think actually adding on to it, this combination with the temporary common ground project too, I think makes a beautiful relationship that this council can be proud of actually pulling off. So that's where we are. I'm very happy to be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. We have Councillor Simic.
Thank you. Yes, look, I agree. It's been quite concerning over the last 4 years of progress around the in our backyard strategy. We've had some good announcements recently around the Marlborough Street project, and particularly given the current need across our community, the fact that Australia has now entered officially a recession, the need for social housing and the need for people to have a safe place to live is actually only going to increase. Councillor Copsey was completely right by saying that all of the work we've done and all of the work the state government has done still only just scratches the surface. The need is greater than capacity, and the need will continue to increase going forward. So there is no way that I can not support the projects like the Common Ground project that has been proposed tonight. There's no way that I won't be able to support any other projects that come to the council, however unlikely it is between now and one more council meeting before caretaker that there'll be that many more. But I really hope that the new council progresses projects like this one, takes the need for social housing seriously, works with our local community housing and social housing providers, works with the state government to ensure that we continue to improve public housing infrastructure, and that we do everything we can to support those in our community who are most fortunate. And that's not just including providing them housing, but ensuring that through all the other services, the council continues to provide those services, and the council continues to invest in areas where that money goes on to benefit our community and strengthens our community. So I can't say that I'm blown away with our progress towards our backyard strategy, or that I'm blown away with the way that we've been able to progress some of the projects, and that I'm blown away by the amount of time that a lot of these projects tend to take. But I am supportive of the proposal tonight, and also the update that's been provided to council, in the hope that this will actually just lead to more funding for social housing. And there's comments around so much of this money that's in our social housing growth fund going towards this one project potentially. But I actually hope that Port Phillip Council will open up more funding for future projects and increase its involvement in social housing as a way to support our community. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is a very exciting opportunity that I think we should grasp with both hands. And and I'm pleased to see it come to council. Some interesting points, and I think homelessness should definitely be our focus. It's an area locally we can have the most impact. Housing is a state government responsibility, and given the size of our budget and our rate base, it's difficult for us to have an impact on a direct basis. And the model of old, which has been based around the trust structure, which was predicated on cheap land and cheap construction costs, those days are over, and we're moving to a very new world in our municipality just based on the sheer growth of the size of Melbourne, where that model is just not going to cut it anymore. And our core focus around homelessness, I think, is a very good thing. Interesting to note, the successes outlined in this motion in relation and connected to In Our Backyard really aren't detailed in the In Our Backyard strategy. And when we first got elected to council, if you read that strategy, you would know pretty much, and we got warnings pretty much within the first 2 months of being elected to council, that strategy the targets within that strategy probably weren't aligned to the budget position in any realistic form. So within a year of the strategy being inked, there was already difficulties, and really it comes down to the next council to work out what levers, what model, and what results they think that council needs to have in a rebirth In Our Backyard strategy. Things like build to rent and other solutions are going to have to be investigated, because that's the only way we can radically change the paradigm of affordable housing in the city of Port Phillip. That's the reality of it. This is a good motion and a good idea, and it's exciting, as I said before, but there's still unfinished business with this council from the last council, particularly around the governance structures of Housing First and the trust situation. There's motions that have been passed in relation to In Our Backyard, and also by the previous council, which we still haven't progressed. And I hope the new council can make sure we put a sound foundation in place that builds the growth in the future in this area particularly. But very happy to support this motion and continue the focus on homelessness. The issue, to some degree, is out of sight, out of mind at the moment, given the level of support that's both economic support that's been provided by the federal government and physical housing support and services that have been provided through the pandemic. But as soon as the economy normalises, funding arrangements from the state and federal government normalise, homelessness is going to be a huge issue. And as we know, the number one determinant of homelessness is job loss. And as Councillor Simic says, as the economy takes a negative turn, there's a huge risk that homelessness in our local area will increase, and that's where our focus should be. And I hope the next council agrees with that also. So very happy to support this motion here, and I thank officers for coming up with a pretty innovative solution, I feel. We hired a rock star of housing experts from our CEO down in our team. We got a lot of criticism, I think, for the first couple of years that not enough action was being seen by some in our community and some community groups. I think all those people can go back to the grandstand now and have a look at this really innovative solution that the City of Port Phillip's come up with. And I think it'll deliver wonderful results over the next 3 decades, this one initiative alone. Very happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. And before I hand back to Councillor Bond to close, I'm also going to say a few words, and really probably just reiterating what you've all said, because it's great to hear such positivity. I also think this is incredibly exciting as we're finally able to show some positive steps forward. It's been a long and frustrating process, as we've heard from you all, to progress affordable housing for all. But where there is a will, there's a way, and nowhere is this more evident than here and tonight. I know that I'd like to be here tonight to announce a lot more than this, but the fact of the matter is this is hard. This is really hard, and actually far too hard for something so critical. People on our streets, people without homes, it shouldn't be this hard to get them into housing. I'm really happy that the report has taken the opportunity to outline progress that's been made in the last 4 years. I hark back to our successful Lakeside pop-up. The pop-up for women has created 30 homes for rough sleeping or couch surfing women, and that was incredibly innovative as well. We've got Marlborough Street, development of 46 new homes that's coming into fruition, 65 plus in planning approvals, through Fishermans Bend planning scheme, and it's one of our biggest opportunities, and now 20 new temporary homes in this pop-up common ground trial model. And we've been talking about the Wellington Street common ground, which is on top of the 24 refurbished homes, there'll be an additional 12. For me, it's the concierge model. It's the wraparound support that is incredibly important. For far too long, those experiencing homelessness and those that have particular health complexities often meant that they didn't stay in accommodation. So this is really a game changer. This is a proven solution that can work for those that need it most. It also includes medical and allied health services and group programs curated at the facility for the people there. This option also maintains the amenity in the local streets for the existing residents, and this has been a concern, and this is addressed using this concierge and wraparound model support. So I would encourage the council officers also to look to the northern end of our municipality and also work with our organisations like Southport Housing on a project there, as there's also grave need there also. But first of all, and last of all, I should say, I just want to thank everyone that's got us to this point tonight. I endorse the resolution, and from what I can see, I think all of my fellow councillors are going to do the same. So thank you very much. Councillor Bond, would you like to close?
Yes, I would. I was thinking that Councillor Gross had summed it up well when he said this is an argument of quality versus quantity. But then Councillor Brand came out with an absolute gem. This is like buying ICU beds versus a standard hospital bed. Yes, you don't get as many, but they cost a lot more and they can do a lot more. And that's what we're buying into here. There will be challenges and setbacks. There's no denying that will occur with a facility such as this in a residential area, but we believe we have in place the resources and the plans and the adequate services to address and minimise the likelihood of impact on the neighbourhood, negative impact on the neighbourhood resulting from this facility, but we're hoping that there is a positive impact on the wider neighbourhood from having such a facility like this in Wellington Street in St Kilda. I know there's many in St Kilda that would agree with you, Madam Mayor, that we need to put something up the other end of the municipality, and hopefully one day we do get an opportunity to do that in the future, maybe a job for the next council. I'd just like to sum up by saying, this is the City of Port Phillip putting its money where its mouth is and not taking the easier option as so many others have urged us to do. We are taking the hard option here, but I very much look forward to it being a highly successful and resulting in a very good outcome for the residents and also the rough sleepers of St Kilda. We seem to forget them, that this is something for them as well, and there will be some good outcomes here for them, not just the local residents of St Kilda, those that are housed, those that are housed and not housed. So very much commend this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. So I'll put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, we've got Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
And Councillor Crawford.
Woohoo!
Yay. That motion is unanimously supported. Well done. That's great. So, look, it's just 10:05, councillors. Let's take a break before we head on into the rest of our, I think we've got another 10 or so reports to get through. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. Let's come back at 10:15. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome back. All right, councillors, we've got quite a few more agenda items to get through, so we'll head straight into it. Item 9.4 is the start of the community grants, and I'm going to be breaking these up due to some interests that some councillors have in them. So community grants program 2020, we've got 21 recommendations for funding. So 9.4, we have an officer's recommendation, councillors. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Crawford to move, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Copsey to second. Thank you. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to the motion? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you
Just
now.
want to say it's always an amazing opportunity to see the great good that goes on in our community, and you know, this contribution from council helps the great work to continue. So just I'm always very heartened by the grants that we give out at this point in the year.
Thank you. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Yes, it's fantastic as part of assessing grants this year to see just the amazing level of contribution that is always going on in Port Phillip, the amazing organisations and individuals who are also committed to making our community a more connected, supportive, better place. This year's grants rounds were, it was challenging circumstances, and so I would like to wish all of the grant recipients all the very best with implementing your projects. It's challenging circumstances to be sure, but the need is certainly great, and there are some excellent responses to current need detailed in the grants recommendations. So thank you very much to everybody who applied. As usual, it's a tough choice to be making these allocations, but hopefully there is enough through this program for many of the great projects to proceed. And just also wanted to thank officers for the hard work in progressing this and doing all of the assessment that goes on behind the recommendation that comes tonight, and also to note and just give voice to the thanks that's outlined in this motion to our volunteer members of the committee who give of their time and their experience, and we really appreciate that on council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll be brief, but this was a great experience once again being part of this panel and looking at all the amazing projects that the different organisations want to do for our community. I'd have to say it is quite a lot of work doing the assessment of this, not just from my perspective, but also the officers and the volunteer members of the panel. And it was work that I was not expecting to do in the middle of a lockdown when I signed up for it, but I did it with a smile on my face because of the amazing stuff that we can achieve by making every single dollar that we spend here work 10 times as hard as it otherwise would have. So it's really great to have been a part of this, and I'm looking forward to seeing all these little dollars going out and making amazing change in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Does anyone else want to speak to this motion? If not, I'll put the motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. We'll go to item 9.5, which is Supplementary Report 1 for the Community Grants Program.
Yes, ma'am. Before we get to it, Councillor Ogisi, would like to declare that in relation to item 9.4, Community Grants Program 2020-21, Supplementary Report 1, have a conflict of interest in this matter by way of indirect interest because of close association, as my son's a member of the Elwood Toy Library.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Now hold on there. I think you'll be taken out of the forum. There you go. You've been taken out of the forum. That's pretty amazing. Okay, councillors, any questions of the officers on this one? If not, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Copsey to move. And I'm happy to second. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
I won't speak again, thanks.
And I don't need to speak. Would anyone else like to speak? Then we'll put that motion again under division and call upon your vote. Councillor Voss, for. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. We can bring back Councillor Simic and we'll move to item 9.6 with Supplementary Report number 2. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks, Madam Member. I, Councillor Marcus Pearl, declare a direct conflict of interest in relation to item 9.6. Two items, I'm a member of Star Health and I'm a donor to Southport Community Centre, so I remove myself from this meeting.
Thank you. Oh, well, no, they'll remove you, Councillor Pearl. Yeah. Good job. Welcome back, Councillor Simic. That was seamless, I have to say. Councillors, any questions for the officers? There are none. Then we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Crawford, do I have a seconder? Councillor Gross to second, thank you. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Gross, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Then I'll put that motion under division. Councillor Voss, for. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Simic.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Well, now we can bring back Councillor Pearl, please. And we'll go to item 12.1. Welcome back, Councillor Pearl. That was easy. Fisherman's Bend, which is a status update and next steps. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to this report? Okay, there are no questions of the officers for this report. Do we have a mover for the officer's recommendation or something different? Councillor Pearl to move. I'm happy to second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll reserve my right at the end, thanks.
Thank you. I will speak to the motion. I, first of all, just wanted to say I strongly welcome this report. I think it does put a line in the sand as to what we are up to in the life cycle of Fishermans Bend. What you may see is significant progress, and some of it is actually retracing old ground and going over it again with more new information. Fisherman's Bend is always something that surprises us all the time. It's never the same each time. And once again, through a COVID lens, we'll also see further changes coming up. I sometimes feel like there is tremendous apathy when we talk about Fisherman's Bend. It seems to also be a case of out of sight, out of mind. And I actually wonder what more I could do to shout out that our community needs and deserves to have more engagement with what's happening in our municipality. As a council, we've worked hard. I've worked hard, and I know our officers have been unrelenting to progress our objectives in a very difficult environment, and I would like to shout out and thank them for that. We are signing off on Fisherman's Bend for this council term with strong messages, and I recommend recommendations for the next council. Actually, Councillor Gross, I just might put you on mute. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback there. So we're signing off on Fisherman's Bend for this council term with strong messages and recommendations for the new council to start with, and for the organisations to really keep progressing the things that are so important and critical to the success or failure of Fisherman's Bend in our city. Relationships have been really tricky to maintain over the years, with so many new and different faces and little continuity from government ministers through to task force turnover, and this has proved really problematic. However, I have to say our relationships with the City of Melbourne have strengthened, and our resolve to keep in the tent and influence on behalf of our community is really palpable. Having said all this, the number one priority remains still public transport, and getting that tram into both sides of Fisherman's Bend is the single biggest catalytic project that will influence the rollout like nothing else will. Secondly, funding and finance still needs to be resolved. The City of Port Phillip's been very clear on what we can afford and what we are willing and able to put on the table and how it should be carried out. We have stated here in this report that open space contributions should fund embellishments to parks only. This is a new step. Purchase of land, parks and open space need to be funded from sources other than council or infrastructure development contributions. Again, a new piece of information, new line. Developers' contributions should fund local infrastructure specifically, which local government is assigned to deliver. Again, another line in the sand. Council's capital contribution is limited to 5% of rates collected in Fisherman's Bend, as is our normal practice, and this has been a position for some time now. And finally, contributions received in the municipality must be used in the municipality. Again, a common practice, but this is another line in the sand that we are making tonight. Thirdly, I wanted to elevate the issue, and we have talked about this tonight, of affordable housing. Fisherman's Bend is the best opportunity our city currently has to get more housing diversity. We all need to get more serious about this. We have to make this the new normal. The framework sets out 6%, and even at this rate, it's not adequate. Our position's been 20%. But the framework 6%, and we can't even achieve that, but we have to keep trying. But let's make sure this is achieved and delivered for our community's best future. This is a call on the government to be steadfast in the delivery of affordable housing in Fisherman's Bend. A couple more points I need to make. My next point is that governance is critical. This paper calls for community to have local government representation on any future long-term arrangements. We have to remember and fight for this. The community deserves this much, at least. The paper also outlines a comprehensive path, and I think an innovative one, forward on interim partnership arrangements which will hopefully unbind the problematic confidentiality arrangements that has stopped me being able to share and seek guidance from my fellow councillors throughout my term. This has been unacceptable impost, and a new way has to be found for the new council. So I urge you all to keep that in mind. I'm really disappointed that we didn't see the release of the Montague precinct plans, as in many ways that work demonstrates the work that has gone on for all of us. But I do look forward to this engagement process occurring very soon. And finally, I wanted to thank the hard-working team that's been behind this council in progressing everything on Fisherman's Bend. People tell me, oh, not much has happened, it doesn't seem much happened, but I can tell you so much has happened. It's just really hard to see. And it's great that this report is up because it does demonstrate a lot of information about where we are and also where we're going. So I wanted to thank the CEO, first of all, Peter Smith. He's taken this on as his personal project and we have seen some great results from his advocacy. Brian T and also Mike Coultis, whose names are on this report, but there are also a host of others behind them. Their work has been outstanding and I have been supported personally in everything I have done on Fisherman's Bend, and I am truly grateful for that. There are many great people working on Fisherman's Bend in the state, government, in the task force, and of course council. And I think together, collaboratively, the gaps that we've identified in this report tonight can be resolved and the risks can be mitigated and certainty obtained. But we need to keep it front and centre and keep it going. So that's my ask, that's my plea, and thank you for listening to this bit of a rant tonight, but I just really wanted to outline that and thank the organisation for bringing this forward. Thank you. Councillor Gross, would you like to speak?
I would like to speak.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think this is quite a candid report. When I look at the officer's recommendation, which I will support, you know, in the first line, 3.1, notes the achievements for Fisherman's Bend within this term of council. I personally don't feel that we deserve the word achievement given the outcome. So the Mayor has referred to the mire of confidentiality that has absolutely subsumed all conversation with this. It's been just extraordinary to see so much being confidential and hard to get a conversation going with ourselves, let alone with the community. The Mayor also talked about, you know, there's been grand conversations about tram and train connections to Fisherman's Bend, but these grand conversations, unfortunately, are yet to be evidenced as foreseeable capital works projects. You know, I'm sure they'll be built, but like, you know, in whose lifetime? And so I think that we have to go with, as in 3.6, we support an advocacy approach. And the time is now right for us to get going, get hard, and start arguing. But the big thing for me is, I think for the past year, the Chief Financial Officer has looked at the fact that we've got to provide all sorts of infrastructure, be it, you know, footy fields, libraries, community centres, maternal and child health, whatever, a lot of infrastructure. And there's been no certainty and no conversation that's been at all assuring about where the dough's coming from. And so, you know, every quarter we look at our accounts and there's the label that it's a catastrophic financial situation unless we get the state government to come in and write a viable amount of money for the city of Port Phillip to pay for all this infrastructure. So yes, there's been achievements, and yes, there's building activity going on down there, but so much more needs to occur, and so much, and the city of Port Phillip needs to be lifted out of the prospect of being financially dudded. We need to see the word catastrophic removed from our accounts, and we need the sense that this is a partnership that will truly involve all of the councillors of the city of Port Phillip. So yes, it's not a bad report, but you'd sort of give it a C rather than an A, and that's a shame. But that's my true feeling about how it's going. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Gross. Councillor Simic.
Thank you. It's a great honour to speak after my learned friend, Councillor Gross. Councillor Gross, you look very learned with all those binders behind you. It seems like there's a lot going on. No, I thank you for those comments as well, and Councillor Voss. I really just want to start by first of all thanking you, Councillor Voss, and everybody else who's worked so diligently on Fishermans Bend with the Fishermans Bend Task Force and different committees and groups that have existed over the time we've been on council. Sadly, though, I have to say that I came on council somewhat worried about Fisherman's Bend and leave council pessimistic around the prospects of Fisherman's Bend. There's an incredible opportunity. I've been really worried about the slow-moving progress over the 4 years that we've had on council. And I know that a lot more has happened in the background, but on the ground, we haven't seen the sort of outcomes I've hoped to see on my time as council and have hoped to contribute to. Councillor Gross is right. The huge funding gap that still exists is something that our city needs to be worried about and concerned about, and something that we need to work to resolve as we move forward. One of my biggest concerns, and Councillor Voss touched on it right at the start, has been around the governance of Fisherman's Bend. It's been very difficult for the full council cohort to get a proper picture of what's happening behind the scenes, what some of the discussions are, and where the progress is, and more importantly, contributing to the decisions around Fisherman's Bend. And really, the success of Fisherman's Bend relies on it being a partnership between the City of Port Phillip, City of Port Melbourne, and the state government. And I hope that that partnership will actually improve and continue to improve. I agree that it is a lot better now than what it was 4 years ago. But some of those requirements around confidentiality make it really difficult for us to move forward. I really, I think all of us have bought into the vision, the original vision that was cast for Fisherman's Bend. I really hope that that's where we end up as a city. But the challenges that we face in getting there, ensuring that there is the proper public transport infrastructure, ensuring that there is sufficient community spaces, open spaces, and that there's the right mix of housing and community and business in the area is going to be really hard, and particularly when the state government's going through a difficult financial position, as is council, and even we've seen some of the funding towards Fisherman's Bend deprioritised over the years that we've been on council, and certainly the full cohort of the task force becoming smaller and smaller. But I agree with Councillor Voss. There's some brilliant people working on Fisherman's Bend. Some of them have come from the City of Port Phillip and have moved into state government. And there's certainly a lot of opportunity and a lot of hope. And while at the moment I'm pessimistic, I hope that I'm wrong. And I hope that the outcomes of Fisherman's Bend are much better than at the moment I anticipate them to be.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Councillor Brand.
Thank you very much. I want to make just a few comments, not about this report in particular, but about Fisherman's Bend in general and our role in it, and the mayor's role in it. You've got to remember that Fisherman's Bend has been a game of catch up right from the beginning. This absolutely shambolic start that it was made under, with the zoning being done with absolutely no value capture, has left just a huge pit of a deficit. That all of the good work that's gone on since then, getting better planning structures, better design structures, better infrastructure, better everything, better financial structures, has all been total catch-up. So there's been masses and masses of good remedial work that's been done over the years, and still, when you look at it, you see it's easy to see just the deficits in this giant pit, which we are gradually filling up. It's very hard to see the peaks of achievement, but they've been there in absolute terms when you look at it from the vantage point of the starting line, the bottom line at the beginning, which was so deep into deficit that it is still a measure of what Fisherman's Bend is about now. It is still trying to recover, the incredible potential and brilliance that it could show as Australia's biggest urban renewal program. So it's just unfair to, I think, measure the achievements against the view from ground normal. We're working very hard, I think, to get up to that point still. But the work has been substantial, huge. I know even, in some of our departments, in the urban design departments in particular, I think there's been some absolutely brilliant work being done. But there's brilliant work being done at all levels, and a lot of it by this council, and a lot of it by our mayor, who I just want to say, I certainly concur with all of the people that she has thanked for getting us to this stage, but she left out herself because she has done an amazing job. It's a job that I sort of would have liked to put my hand up originally on this council, but when I look back now, I think, oh my God, lucky Bernadine did it. She has done a brilliant job. She has been an advocate for the city. She has understood what's going on there. She has been a communicator. She has dealt with it in massive detail and in massive depth, always, and sometimes, or often, in isolation. With the confidentiality burden that she's had to bear. She has been really an extraordinary advocate for this. Not just advocate, but actor for this city. And so I would like to thank her for that, and to thank her for her little speech on this before, which I thought was great. Yes, we've got a long, long way to go, but we've also come a long way, which we must be grateful for. This is a glass which was fully empty, and now it's more than half full. So let's celebrate that.
Thank you very much for those kind words, David. Councillor Brand, I should say. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
Thanks very much. I think Councillor Gross used to refer to you as the Queen of the Bend, which I'm not sure if that was an appropriate term or not, but I thought it was probably about right. You've done a good job on behalf of the council, and we appreciate your efforts. This battle will be won not by looking at big, lofty targets and big deficits. It will be won by taking small parts and small chunks of the elephant out. That's how you eat one. Yes, there's big challenges here. Yes, there's mistakes and errors of the past over the past 30 years in this area. But the reality is, I did my 1 hour's exercise in Montague. I've met residents in the Gravity building rather. And more recently, I've become involved in the community, and I would call it a community in the PM building, which has turned out to be a wonderful addition to Port Melbourne. There's 420 people living in there, thereabouts. I'm not exactly sure the exact number, but a huge instant community that's gone in there. And literally, it's a community that they sit on the street and have coffee on Saturday mornings when the South Melbourne St Ali coffee cup gets put down there. They're picking up each other's parcels, and it's heartening to see, because this is the future of Fisherman's Bend that we want to see, and it's here today. And when I was walking around Montague today, it's exciting. Yes, there's a lot of activity there, but the bones of that precinct are magnificent. And yes, I'm unhappy about the design outcomes in Montague, particularly the error of the way of taking the train station away and not taking away the height limit of the buildings. But the laneways are still intact. The beautiful boulevards are still intact. The nature strips are still there. There's catalytic infrastructure in the school and the park. We need to be excited about this opportunity, and particularly down the other end of the precinct. The PM building really has shown me a way whereby a reasonably good quality design outcome, and there's some issues with that building as there are with many, but it's built to a reasonable specification. It's got a really great cohort of people living in there that are excited to be living in Port Melbourne and excited to be part of the community. So it's in a very positive place, and it's good to see so much going on, particularly in Montague, which I'm very excited about. But the reality is the state government's dragged the chain on this in the past 4 years, and the biggest issue has been the revolving door of ministers. I'm not even clear who the actual minister is. I think it's Martin Pakula, who probably has other issues on his hands at the moment, but this has been the issue. We have a mayor who is passionate about Fisherman's Bend, and I think the mayor of the City of Melbourne, in my discussions with her, is passionate about their bit of Fisherman's Bend, particularly the GM site. But we've never had a passionate minister at the state level that is willing to front up and match the plans, and that's an issue. And there's many people in the community that keep bagging this precinct out, which doesn't help. It's very complex in terms of it's always been complex in terms of the amount of private property, but it's also a huge opportunity. And those people, some of them, I'll describe them as almost having Eeyore as their spirit animal, constantly turn up and rehash the past, don't focus on the future, and don't add positively to the conversation. And that's what this area needs, because that's what the residents are. When you speak to people at the Gravity Tower or even in the Montague precinct that have moved in there, the PM building and everything in between, the townhouses off North Port Oval, which I can't believe how many are actually in there, they're proud of living in this precinct. They care about the precinct. And that energy matched by some decent quality development over the next 10 years will create, hopefully, something magnificent. That doesn't mean there's not challenges, as Councillor Gross adequately indicates, but if we take small chunks out of it time after time after time, and we advocate strongly to a state government that's willing to listen, we'll get great outcomes going forward, particularly things like affordable housing. The catalytic infrastructure needs to come, particularly that tram, which we're still waiting for. But net, the future, I think, is looking pretty good. This council has probably spent a vast, disproportionate amount of time on Fisherman's Bend versus the outcomes we were actually able to produce. And it will be sad if that knowledge is lost going forward, because I don't know how many briefings we've had on Fisherman's Bend, but it is disproportionate compared to anything else in the city. And I think most of us think that that's appropriate. I certainly think that's appropriate. But this is a long battle, and it needs to be a battle fought by committed councillors which are pulling in the same direction. So hopefully the next cohort of councillors take the lead of people like Councillor Brand, Councillor Voss and Councillor Gross to highlight their respective issues, be them financial, design or urban infrastructure, to keep the pressure on the state government to ensure that 30 years from now, we're really proud of the outcome that we get there. But so far, so good. I think this council's had a good impact. We would have liked to have a bigger impact, but the foundation is set for the future. So happy to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Now we'll put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic. 4. Councillor Voss, 4.
4.
Councillor Baxter.
4.
Thank you. That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you very much. Now, 12.2, which is the St Kilda Marina, the proposed new lease agreement, and tonight we are reviewing and hearing submissions. So we heard quite a few earlier on. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers?
Yes, sorry.
Councillor Gross? Then we'll go to Councillor Crawford.
Yes, could I ask the officers to clarify by the next time this comes back to council, that whole issue about the missing pontoon. So some of the presenters were concerned about a pontoon that wasn't going to be part of the future. I don't need it to be clarified now, but could we clarify it in time for the next time we discuss this? Thank you.
Happy to take on notice, Madam.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, we will be providing a comprehensive report responding to all the submitters' questions and feedback, and we'll make sure that we cover that off for the next meeting.
Thanks very much.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Councillor Crawford.
I have 2 questions. Could I just check in with the process in terms of this will come back to council in 2 weeks' time with those questions answered? And can I clarify, in terms of some of the concerns that we've heard tonight, is there still room for a tweaking of the design down the track to accommodate some of the concerns, even if the lease gets voted on and confirmed in a couple of weeks, if that was to be?
Mr. Carroll?
Through you, Mayor, yes, we will be coming back with a report in two weeks, so for the final council meeting, which responds to the submissions and provides councillors with further information to help make their final decision. We are liaising with the proponent, AMDC, and sharing all the feedback with them, and they will consider as part of that what kind of amendments or different approaches they're open to. We also know that there are some opportunities through the more detailed design process for the community to have some further input and influence on some things around the design, but I do want to try and manage expectations about the extent that that design is likely to change. But we can have some more information for councillors on that for that meeting on the 16th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Brand?
Thank you very much. Yes, just I think it's covered in the report, but I just think for the sake of the public record, I wonder if in terms of the public consultation that we're hearing the responses coming back now tonight. If you could just outline in terms of the opportunities for consultation that have been there for the trailable yacht people, what has that opportunity been? Where have there been some obvious mistakes, and what has the opportunity for them to respond been throughout the whole process as well? Just to put it in a bit of perspective, just roughly speaking.
Mr. Carroll?
Through you, Mayor, I'll refer to Joanne McNeil, program sponsor, who can provide a bit more detail on that response. Hopefully she's still here.
She is.
Through you, Mayor, yes, still here. There's been extensive engagement undertaking with the community over a number of years, and that opportunity has included a broad range of different ways that the public, the marina users, the regional users and key stakeholders can all engage with the process. And we deliberately used a number of different ways of engaging to make sure that different people had different preferences around how they engage with the process, that there would be opportunities for those people to engage in the way that they wanted to. Also making sure that over time we captured people who might have missed the first round of notification or whatever it was. So there was an open day on the site, there was posters placed on site, there was a letter drop of about 7,000 people in the local area. We put notices in the paper, we had it on the council website, and we also started creating a database. So there were quite a number of opportunities, including a Have Your Say survey, for everybody to be involved. In relation to your specific question about the trailer sailors, they were involved in the Have Your Say survey, which was the last big opportunity for the public to have input into the development of the design criteria for the site brief, and there were concerns noted from the Trailer Sailor Club around removal of the hard stand. So their views were captured as part of the process. There was an opportunity to be put onto a database to receive further updates, and when there was a little box in the survey that said, please tick the box if you'd like further updates. Now, apparently some people were missed in being put onto the database to receive further updates, but those people still were able to have their say as part of the survey. So they didn't miss out. They just missed out on receiving some updates after that date. However, we do know that there are trailer sailors that have been on the database right from the start and have been receiving those updates. But it is unfortunate those additional people weren't put on the database.
And through you, Mayor, my understanding, and Joanne can clarify, but I also believe that the Commodore of the Trailable Yacht Club has been on that database and receiving communications.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, do you have a question?
I do. In terms of posters put up around the marina, how long ago was that? And second part to that question, was there any requirement for the current leasee to inform the people that store their boats there about some of the changes, or to let them know of some of these feedback sessions, or did we ask?
Through you, Mayor, we weren't able to get access to the current tenants database. It's a commercial database of client information. We did, however, make best efforts to make sure that people who were in and around and using the marina had awareness of what was happening, and there's been notifications placed down there at different times. There were also intercept surveys. I'm not quite sure, to answer your specific question about timing of posters. I would have to go back and look through the timeline of consultation.
And may I ask a follow-up question? It's slightly different, on a different tact. Do we actually have any data about, given there's quite a number of boats, trailable yachts stored out there, do we actually have any data about how many of them are used regularly? Because it would seem to be that if there's people that have missed out on knowing about that perhaps they are not actually launching off the marina very often. So I just wondered whether we actually have any usable data on how many of those yachts regularly use the marina.
Through you, Mayor, we don't have data on how regular the use is of those yachts that have been stored in the hard stand. We have been told by the club recently that they undertake regular events on site and that they do use those boats, but we don't have any data on that. Again, that would have been through Yeah, we haven't had access to that information.
Thank you.
I've got a question, possibly to Mr. Carroll or even Mr. Smith. The recommendation has got 5 points to it. 3.3 talks about it hears from interested parties, so it talks about that's going to happen in the future. I think perhaps that should be changed to thanks submitters for speaking in support of their submission at this meeting. Just wondering if there would be an issue if someone was to move something different around that tonight as an amendment.
Through you, Mayor. I think what the purpose of that is to note that there were people, we received written submissions prior to the meeting tonight, and this was around, I guess, inferring that we're going to be, and as we did, we heard from interested parties tonight who spoke in support of their submission. I think your proposal, though, works in terms of just you could take that out because
more
we
in
have
the past tense.
Yeah, we have heard from them tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
And it could be thanks, and you could just stick with 3.4. I think that works fine.
Oh, I was suggesting keep 3.3 in, but change it to thanks to submitters for speaking in support. But I just wanted to raise it just to.
Through you, Mayor.
Yep.
No, you could change, if you wanted to keep it in, you could change it to notes submissions from interested parties who spoke at the meeting. So if you want to put it in the past tense.
Yes, I think that's appropriate. Okay, thank you.
I think you probably need to move an amendment just to do that, though.
Yes. Okay.
Happy to word it if you'd like to.
Thank you. All right, any further questions? It doesn't look like there's any further questions. Noting that we are just receiving and hearing the submissions tonight. Okay. So, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. I can see Councillor Gross has got in there to move it and Councillor Bond to second. Councillor Gross, would you like to speak to the motion, or would you like to change 3.3 at this point, or will I put in an additional motion?
Madam Mayor, I would like to move the officer's recommendation with the amendments suggested by yourself and Councillor and Mr. Smith to put it in the past tense and insert a thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bond, are you comfortable with that? Being the seconder?
Yes.
Okay. So would you like, given that it's not going to change the context or anything, like to speak to the motion, Councillor Gross, while we're getting those words up?
I would. I was keen to move this so I could get in quickly and give a very short speech saying that, look, this is just receiving it. We'll be able to talk about it in 2 weeks' time. And I want to reiterate the thanks for all those people who came and submitted, and we will take them seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gross. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. I'm probably surprised, but not really surprised by the limited feedback we've received to the proposal in comparison to other foreshore projects that have gone before us in St Kilda. Yes, there's been a lot of feedback from the trailer sailor group and individuals from the trailer sailor group about the lack of a hard stand down there for them in the current proposal. I don't exactly see it that way. I do see there is an opportunity there. We have a car park located between the new storage racking and the new Reaver building, which by negotiation with the proposed operator could be turned into or partially turned into a hard stand for trailer sailors, but that's something the trailer sailor group will need to operate to or negotiate with the Marina operator should they be successful in being awarded that lease in 2 weeks' time. Just like to touch on the bridge solutions. It was raised by a couple of submitters about a bridge would block access to the marina. I think the bridge we always had in mind was going to be an openable, operatable, some sort of swing bridge, lever bridge. Someone, resident sent us through a wonderful presentation this week that had about 10 different options on opening bridges that currently exist in various places around the world, which I wish we had have seen that about 2 years ago, because I think that would have changed the outcome here, because it highlighted what would be possible here in this location that doesn't require the 12-metre clearance and the 160-metre long ramps that one of the submitters talked about. It can be done with a very simple opening bridge with that would become a bit of theatre down there for the people as they came along and watch the bridge open as the boats go in and out, the boats that were too small to go under a normal bridge. For the occasions when they need to go out and come back in, the bridge would open, let them through. So we don't have these visions of a bridge that would restrict any access whatsoever to the marina. The bridge we always envisaged would open and allow the trailer sailor boats and the motor boats with fly bridges and all those ones that currently get in and out would continue to be able to do so under the vision we sort of had. I just wish we had that proposal 2 years ago, and we may have been able to incorporate elements of it into the final proposal. We didn't, So that's unfortunate that we're not getting that particular element across the line. But otherwise, we just thank everyone for coming along. We do hear you. We do listen to your reports, listen to your feedback, listen to your speeches here tonight to us. And we'll take that on board, and hopefully we can look at some sort of potential outcome. As I said, it may involve negotiation with the successful bidder, not with council itself. But there is an option there that I think we could probably work on for the future. So all hope is not lost for those out there who think this is the end of trailer sailor boats at the St Kilda Marina.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Brand?
Yes, thank you. No, I don't have to unmute. Yes, I'll keep most of my comments for in a couple of weeks' time when we've actually considered all of the feedback that's come in, the submissions. But just looking at the submissions that have come in that we're receiving today, it does look, when you look at it across the board, it does look like the proposals probably largely satisfy most of the people most of the time, which I think in this case of in the history of difficult foreshore projects in the city, that's a pretty good outcome and a very successful outcome that I think we've done pretty well with it. I just noticed that the vast majority of the critical feedback has come from the trailable boats people, and I think it's a relatively small cohort of the users of the boating public, but it is a valid subsection, and I do feel very strongly that that they need to be listened to. And I feel there's a problem there, with potentially a problem there, and I'm very keen that we give it a good hearing and a good look at it. And but of course, it's partly a question of whether the design brief has been achieved in supporting all the boat users, but it's also a matter of what is commercially sustainable, I guess, by the market that we've put it out to find, that the eventual lessee of the site has to make a business out of it, and they have commercial decisions to make about what they do and what they don't do. So a lot of the appeal needs to be to them as well. So anyway, I don't want to go into the content because we're meant to be considering the content over the next 2 weeks, but I do give my pledge that I'm actually very interested in this particular problem, even though I know nothing about boating culture. I think it's a valid, it's obviously a valid, small but valid part of it, and you know, I'll keep my eye on it, and we need to, I think, resolve it for the sake of being closer to perfection on this. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. I'm seeing no one else wanting to speak to this. Councillor Gross, there hasn't been any debate. Did you want to close, or?
I don't, thank you.
Thank you. Then I'll put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. 14.1, delegations to staff under the Local Government Act 2020. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers? Councillor Crawford? No? That was to move. Okay. So no questions. So Councillor Crawford to move, Councillor Copsey to second. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Copsey, would anyone else like to speak? Then I'll put that motion under division. Councillor Copsey. I didn't hear you there. If you could say that one again.
For.
For, thank you. I can lip read. But Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. 14.2 is the property policy, the first year update. Councillors, any questions for the officers? If not, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Copsey to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crawford to second. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the report?
I'll reserve.
Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak? No? Would anyone else like to speak? It's back to you, Councillor Copsey.
Just really wanted to note, to thank the officers for the work that's gone into implementing the property policy, and just to note something that's discussed at quite some length in this report, which is around the community funding policy, which is to be developed and implemented alongside the property policy. There's been delay to executing that, mainly due to COVID interruptions, and just wanted to iterate for the community that that council is very interested in this topic, wants to see this work resumed as soon as possible, and has been actively engaging with officers behind the scenes in order to make sure that that's done as soon as is practicable. We are aware that there's a lot of community interest in that topic, so but also want to run a thorough engagement that is actually meaningful for people who want to participate in it, and officers are working hard at doing that as soon as it's possible given the COVID situation. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks again to the officers for all the work on implementing this and the update.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. So I'll put that motion under division. Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. 14.3, the proposed lease, Decanters by the Bay, 174 Nott Street, Port Melbourne. This is the completion of statutory procedures. Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Pearl?
Just wondering if, probably might be out of order because it's not in relation to this item per se, but it's in relation to the site, but just what is Council's long-term vision for this site? does council have a long-term vision for this site in our property policy at all, and what is it?
Thank you. Ms McNeil?
Through you, Mayor, this is an important part of the property portfolio, and officers have been working on a strategic plan for the whole portfolio and has started engaging with councillors on that. We haven't particularly discussed this property with councillors and haven't got a clear view of the future of this property, but it is a key part and it will be discussed in the next few years about what the future of this site and how it fits with the portfolio, what's its role and how is it contributing, and what's the next step for it, if any change.
So just follow up, why is it important? When you say this is a very important site, why is it important?
Well, it's I wouldn't want to emphasise its importance over all other sites, but it is important in that it's a key commercial asset that is generating income for council, and it is in a site where property is desirable to have, and so it is something that we need to consider. It's also got redevelopment potential, so we need to consider all of those factors around what's the future of that site and how does it best continue to provide service for the community.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? We have an officer's recommendation. Councillor Pearl would like to move that. Councillor Copsey to second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, sure. Happy to support this motion, but I think it's probably, we need to have a look at this site, and it's interesting to pick up on some of the comments from the officers based on the questions there. This is an important site. It is perhaps from a revenue point of view, but it's very undercapitalised versus what the potential of this site would be versus what it is. And I'm not really clear on what community benefit is being provided directly to the City of Port Phillip from the bottle shop. It is a much loved bottle shop in Port Melbourne, and it's got a beautiful piece of artwork down the side of it. And I think it employs some good local people, having bought some Christmas gifts there. And that's a terrific thing. And it looks like a great business. But as a site itself, it is a very large parcel of land with a triple frontage on it, which is extraordinarily valuable. So we're probably sometime in this lease period going to have more of a strategic look about what the best use of this building is. I certainly agree it's a terrific investment, but the certain community yield and the rental yield on it probably needs to have a look at some point in the future. But happy to move the final component of this lease. The proprietor's been in contact with councillors over a long period of time, which is a good sign because they obviously love their business. They're paying a reasonable amount of rent. The piece of artwork they put on the side of the building is a fabulous contribution to the city more generally. Very happy to support this lease to this local business.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Then I will. Would you like to close, Councillor Pearl? No.
No, thank you.
Okay, good. Then I will put that motion by division. Councillor Copsey?
For.
Councillor Crawford?
For.
Councillor Gross?
For.
Councillor Pearl?
In favour.
Councillor Simic?
For.
Councillor Voss? For. Councillor Baxter?
For.
Councillor Bond?
For.
Councillor Brand?
For.
That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. 14.4 is the awarding of panel contract for the painting services. Councillors, do we have any questions for the officers on this item? If not, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover? Councillor Pearl off the mark tonight to move. Councillor Copsey to second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thanks.
Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion? Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? No? Then I'll put that motion under division. First up, Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Gross.
Sorry, for.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl?
In favour.
Councillor Simic?
For.
Councillor Voss? For. Councillor Baxter?
For.
Councillor Bond?
For.
Councillor Brand?
For.
That motion's carried. Thank you. 14.5. Oh, we're nearly there, councillors. South Melbourne Market Committee, Local Government Act 2020. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers? Councillor Pearl?
Thanks very much. My question is in relation to the charter. So if council, and I see note there's no council officer recommendation here, you've given us two choices. Under the first choice, or let's call that option 1, which is the advisory committee, what happens to the charter? So, and would the charter come back in terms of, or an amended charter for the advisory committee come back to council to be approved?
Thank you. Ms Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation outlined by officers in 3.3 would be that the CEO would be authorised to make the necessary amendments to the South Melbourne Market Committee Charter. So the intent would be that officers, dependent upon whether council resolves option 1 or option 2, we would make the required changes if the council were to pass that delegation to the CEO. So the intent would be not to bring that charter back to council, but certainly if council were of a mind to do that, then we could certainly do that at the council meeting on the 16th of September.
Thanks. Just to follow up, when it says necessary amendments, obviously a huge volume of work and money went into that charter document. What are the necessary amendments to the document?
Sure. So through you, Mayor, dependent upon the option that the council selects, if the council selects the advisory committee, then we would need to just make some changes to reflect the legislative requirements of the independent members in terms of the delegated committee option. The major amendments or material changes would be in terms of the relationship that market staff have between the committee and the council.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Councillors, I think it might be easier to take this recommendation in parts, just the way it's sort of described on the screen. So what we'll do is 3.1 first, and then we'll then decide on which 3.2 we'll get up, and then just do the balance. Hopefully that makes sense to you, just to make it a little easier and a little clearer. So if there's no more questions, we'll just go to... Sorry, was it someone saying something? No. Okay. So we'll just go to 3.1, which is that council just note the requirements of the Local Government Act 2020 as it relates to the South Melbourne Market Committee. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Crawford to move, and Councillor Voss to second.
I think it was actually, sorry, Mayor, Councillor Copsey got in ahead of me.
Okay. Oh, well.
Sorry.
All right, we'll do that one again. My apologies then. Councillor Copsey to move and Councillor Crawford to second. Thank you. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to 3.1?
No, thank you.
Councillor Crawford? Would anyone else like to speak to 3.1? Okay, thank you. Then I'll put that motion under division. Councillor Copsey, first up.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond?
For.
Councillor Brand?
For.
Thank you. Now, we'll go to 3.2, and just for the record, we'll call it 3.21, being the top one, being the advisory committee, and 3.2b being the delegated committee under section 63. Okay, so councillors, any questions of the officers in relation to this item? There are none. I'm asking for a councillor to move one of the options. I'm happy to move. I'd like to move 3.2a, which is resolved to re-establish the South Melbourne Market Committee as an advisory committee of council. So 3.2, number 1, the one that's on the screen, just to be clear. Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Simic to second. Thank you. So thanks very much. I do think it's very unusual to see an officer's recommendation written like this, but I do completely understand why, because for some time I also didn't really know which option was the better one, as all options that have been put to us are not perfect. Sorry, I just have to mute Councillor Gross again. Each of them have shortcomings, but given the changes to the Local Government Act, it's really clear that we need to choose a structure going forward. Given the role of the South Melbourne Market Committee provides strategic oversight, and it follows the purpose, the objectives, the duties and the functions outlined in the South Melbourne Charter, I'm supporting the option for a special advisory committee, as I believe this meets the needs of the council, the community and the market best. It keeps the independent chair, it keeps the current committee membership makeup, and for all intensive purposes, it keeps the governance on an even keel, even though the legals behind it may vary slightly. This is also the lowest risk option, and any risks can be mitigated. It's the least disruptive option, and it maintains direct control from the council. The committee and the structure is still quite immature, and I believe needs further time for stability before we go and change how the dynamics are working in this group. It's important that the governance structure be independently reviewed in the future, say in 12 months' time, to see if it's working well, as it should be, and as it's intended to be. Finally, this is a structure that our Audit and Risk Committee have recommended, and it's also the structure that the current South Melbourne Market Committee prefer. So, councillors, I recommend this option to you. Councillor Simic, would you like to speak to the motion?
I spent 2 years on the South Melbourne Market Management Committee, and that was the advisory committee structure was the one that we had at the time. And the Mayor's right, no structure is perfect, and whichever way we look at this, there are going to be problems moving forward. But I think that this is the best decision, and I've discussed it with Councillor Voss previously and other councillors, and am really supportive of it tonight. I think ensuring that we maintain the independent chair is an important principle to work towards here. There was a lot of work done in the first 2 years while I was still on the committee, reviewing the governance structures, and putting forward proposals to move forward. That's happened. This is now almost a step sideways again, but it will allow us to ensure that the work that's already happened can actually continue. Slightly different structure, but keep going with what we have.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Then I'll put this motion. Oh, Councillor Bond.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to speak. I won't be supporting this motion as I don't believe it's the best method to run the market. We should be looking at what is best for the market, not what is best for the market committee. We should be looking at what the market prefers, not what the market committee prefers. Whilst I agree there is no ideal situation, I think the South Melbourne market requires councillor oversight and a councillor to chair the committee to run the market, and the section, with the abolition of a Section 86 committee, the Section 63 committee is the next best option available to us, and it should be chaired by a councillor representative in order to ensure that the best interests of the market, which are the best interests of our community, are taken into account and not the market committee doing what it thinks is best for them. So I do have concerns about this new body going forward and how the market will be run under their guidance. I would prefer more councillor involvement in that particular body, and I think there is a better way to ensure that occurs, but we're not choosing that better way here this evening, or we're not proposing that better way here this evening, so I won't be supporting this alternative. And if in the event this option fails, I will put forward the alternative for 3.2, which is a special delegated committee under Section 63 of the Local Government Act as the body to move forward to run the market.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. It's been exciting to see just how important the South Melbourne market is to our community since COVID's hit. And we've seen so many locals embrace the market as an essential service as opposed to a nice to have, particularly as we've gone into stage 4 restrictions. Attendances are well down at the market, but it's amazing how many people are still visiting it from the local community and rely on that place within the 5 kilometres. The governance model has a lot to do with that little story I told you there, because the future direction of the market is at a critical and pivotal point from a corporate governance point of view and from a management point of view. And ratepayers are being asked to carry a very heavy burden at the moment, subsidising the market to the tune of more than $2 million this year alone, let alone capital projects that will come through as well. So the governance structure is not something that should be taken lightly. And the report indicates that this problem has been known for a very long period of time, yet it appears we're here at effectively the last minute with 2 imperfect options, as opposed to going through a fairly detailed process, which we building on what we did 2 years ago as a council, which was a good process, not the best outcome, I don't think, but a good process to work out what is the best governance model for the South Melbourne market 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and how do we get to that model in the risk, with the risk taken into account to get there, and also the most efficient way possible. And my firm view has been for several months, as we've been discussing this, that I have the privilege to serve on the committee as your representative, councillors, and my firm view has been that we should keep the charter that was openly invested in and passed in front of the community after almost 2 years consultation on the model and then the charter itself, which has only been operating for 18 months. Keep that charter in place and make minimal amendments to that structure that we already have in place, which is exactly what the Section 60, I always forget the number, is 63 or 65, 63 it is, will allow us to do, with one change, which would be the change to the chair. Now, I think we should be making decisions based on governance structures and formalities than personalities. And ultimately, I think for a short period of time only, there would be an advantage of having a councillor sit in that position. It's not a position I seek to fill myself whatsoever, but I think there's others within our cohort of councillors that have experience. Indeed, Councillor Voss served as the chair for almost 2 years previously and did that job very well from all reports, albeit I wasn't on the committee at the time. So from a pure corporate governance point of view, it's very important that we keep the structure of the market. We don't have an independent chair. We have a chair that's independent from council. You can't be on a committee for 2 years or more and be truly counted as independent. That's a fairly reasonable precedent that's in place. So when we use the word independent, the charter indicates that the person should be independent of council unless council sees fit otherwise. And I think to keep stability of the structure and the integrity of the charter for a short period of time, a councillor should take that position. The existing composition of the committee should remain unchanged because I'm stepping down off the committee in a very short period of time and won't have any more meetings with it. But I think the composition of the committee at the moment is good and solid. And then once the strategy of the market is released next year, that is the opportunity to rebalance the governance, and having this in place with a councillor as the chair for a short period of time will ensure that process takes place. So it ensures good quality corporate governance and consistency of the use of a charter which is very, very good and well researched without it being compromised by tinkering to get that charter into a model that it was not built for. It ensures continuity of corporate governance, and it means that there will be a burning platform to ensure that the next council makes the right decision about what is the long-term, and I think we all agree on this as councils, all 9 of us, what is the best long-term model for the strategy of the South Melbourne market and our community as a whole. So, councillors, again, I say this all the time to you, it's a privilege and an honour to serve on this committee with you. It's one of the greatest honours I've had being on Port Phillip. But I'll vote against the model that you're wishing to put up here this evening. They're both imperfect models, but I think the second one gets us to the pathway to a long-term governance model that we need to be on sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Brand.
Thank you very much. Points well made by Councillors Pearl and Councillor Bond. But we're in a situation where there's no perfect answer and no perfect solution, and so really just about every opinion anybody has is going to be at least partly right on this. I certainly don't know what's best for the market myself in Councillor Bond's terms, so I am listening to advice and hearing good advice, contradictory advice from different quarters, but I guess most of the advice that I'm going for advice from the greatest number of interested people with the widest range of insight, which I think leads me to be supporting version 3.2.A, and that's the way I'll be doing it, mainly just on the preponderance of the people who are recommending it and advising which way to go. So that's my position.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Okay, so just to close, I hear the objections to this motion. But what I would have to say is at this particular time in the market's history and the market's life, for the traders and for our community, consistency is critical. Now is not the time to change leadership. Now is not the time to change structure. And ideally, we actually shouldn't be changing anything. But the fact of the matter is we've got a Local Government Act that requires us to make some changes, and we've got 2 or 3 options, and what we're looking at tonight is only 2 options. Both are not perfect, but in my view the Special Advisory Committee is the closest one because it keeps the structure that the market knows and has come to accept going forward. And I think that's what governance is about, keeping the same governance model. So I propose that this is the best way to go forward, and councillors, I urge you to support this at this time. However, I will say my preference is that a hybrid model continues in the life for some time in the market. I don't believe the market is ready to go fully independent from council at any stretch of the imagination. This is a step forward. It does need to be reviewed and have a proper process when time allows, and I believe that would be in about a year's time. So I'll put that motion now, councillors, and I'll call upon each one of you. First up, Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
Against.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
Against.
Councillor Brand.
For.
That motion is carried. Thank you. And then we'll go to the last two items. And I'm just wondering, Councillor Pearl, did you have an amendment as well?
Yeah, I'm happy to move both of them if you want to move them. If you want, I'll move an amendment motion for both of them, unless you want to do them one by one.
No, I'm happy to do both of them. And did you want to add the 12 months in there as well? Or?
Yeah, so I'll just change the officers have it, I think. So let me just bring it up so I can read it out for you. Just edit 3.4 to include after South Melbourne Market, with a report brought back to council no later than September 2021. I'm also of the mind to change 3.3 to get the charter brought back to council. Let me just think about that for a minute. No, I won't do that. Unless anyone wants to move an amendment otherwise, but I won't do that. So that's my amended motion, if that's okay.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? I'll be happy to second. Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Pearl?
Just quickly, this ensures that the market governance model is reviewed within 12 months and that comes back to council, so that council at the time can have the time, the space to have a full and thorough investigation about what is the best model for the market and have that aligned to the strategy. So I'd be surprised if anyone votes against this. I think it's a small amendment to make, but it does ensure that the report come back to the council to be approved. As I said before, the market has a lot of opportunities ahead of it, but also it has a lot of immediate challenges that need to be addressed, and it's very important that the committee stays focused on those challenges ahead and not get too lost in the bigger picture necessarily. So it'll be a very good checkpoint for that council to reconsider the governance model of the committee within 12 months. Good luck to them. I hope you'll support it.
Thank you. I won't speak to it. Would anyone else like to speak to it? Then I'll put that motion under division. Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
For.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
That motion's unanimously carried. Thank you. Okey-doke. Right, notices of motion. And we don't have any notices of motion tonight. That sounded like a fuel. Item 16, reports by councillor delegates. Any councillor delegates? I have a quick couple of words I'd like to say. given that we're signing off some committees and boards I've been involved with, I thought I'd just give a small summary of each one over the next few meetings. South Melbourne Market, as Councillor Pearl and I have had the honour to serve on the South Melbourne Market Committee over the last 4 years. The market governance has changed and now consists of 2 independent chairs, of an independent chair, 2 councillors and 2 more independent committee members from council who all bring skills and experience, and this is an invaluable jewel in the Port Phillip's crown. Look, I just wanted to mention that, and also another meeting that I recently went to and attended was IMAP, and in my final meeting it was great to have Minister Ben Carroll join the IMAP mayors and the CEOs. I had the opportunity to put to him the IMAP project of an evidence-based protected bike path solution. And for once we will actually understand what a bike path, integrated and protected bike lane will mean in terms of use. So it just gives us so much more evidence about what will happen to reduce the cycling gaps in our municipality. Also, annual report will be coming to council from IMAP, and there's quite a long list at the very back of incredible projects that have happened over the last 10 years or so. So that's all I wanted to mention. Anybody else have any reports? No? Can't see any. All right, thank you. Item 17 is urgent business. Do we have any urgent business, councillors? No, that's good. And item 18 is confidential matters. And we don't have any confidential matters tonight. So there being no further business, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.